Hello, everybody, and welcome to North American Challengers. It's the final day. We're doing this since February 1st. It is now June 10th. It's the last day, the grand final. We've been working towards this, and this is a matchup between M80 and the Guard that I think most people could have predicted was going to be the grand final. But after what happened in Split 2, and then coming, and even in the midseason faceoff where we didn't see M80 and the Guard in the grand final, then we come into playoffs, and it looked like Moist was going to have a good run. But we do end up here where M80 and the Guard are both going to be going to Ascension. So you're probably wondering, well, what is this fight for if it's not for Ascension? Well, it's for the title of the North American Challengers winner. And yes, both of these teams get to go to Ascension, but it's also for a little bit of prize money. It's for a little bit of that title. I don't know if there's a trophy. I imagine there is. I don't know why there wouldn't be. But yeah, it should be really cool. It should be a very hard fought series. We know both of these teams want this grand final title as much as anybody else. Obviously, it's not like these teams are fighting for Ascension at this point, because both of these teams will be going to Ascension. But whichever one of these teams win, not only can they say we won North American Challengers, but they can say that they will likely be the team that will represent North America and make it through Ascension. You know, like let's say M80 beats the Guard, which is what I'm anticipating will happen. Let's say M80 beats the Guard, then in theory we could say, all right, if there's a North American team that's going to win Ascension and give us another North American team in Americas, it's probably going to be M80, right? Like, that's sort of what they're fighting for at this point. looks like we've got some pre-match highlights. We'll go ahead and talk about that in a second, or I'll show those in a second. But first, really quickly, M80, we have agreed to do a shorty-only pistol round versus the guard for Twisten's legacy. Twisten was playing for Vitality, or Team Vitality. He recently passed away, and so they're doing a shorty-only pistol round in his honor. It should be a quick little fun way to do things, and yeah. But let's go ahead and take a look at these match highlights because there's a lot going into this series to look at for these teams.
Oh my goodness, but I mean, Net just doesn't care. Here on this angle, just continues to push on through. Not even the next. Meanwhile, Valen makes mid his own.
Just a body shot, Net. Okay, Trent gets one. 10 seconds left. Trent has been locked away. 8 seconds. Lance going in. He jumps through. Looking to deny it still. Looking for a shot. No scope in. The double shot works for
He's
Trent.
trying to slip in. He sees Dapper. He switches at the
Exalt holding. Oh, the timing here just so good. But Exalt's still holding. Can they get him through? Yes, just barely. Gets to halfway. Koala steps in. That got maybe a little bit too close for comfort in the face of the lockdown. Shorty out for Koala. First shot lands. Oh, gets the reload.
They still have the aim. Rossi's able to get one. Rolling Thunder coming in off of the kill. This is huge. Nismo. How does Nismo get a kill there? Oh, Nismo!
Fly getting some damage of his own. Here comes the quick contest though. Hold on, Nismo gets a double. He gets more than that. A third comes through. Thief's gonna be tested.
Still, M80 still sticking to the plan here. Dash on the side text. Trying to be the linchpin in all this one. Hunter sure to clear things out as M80 clean up a few kills of their own. Xander fights his way out of graffiti.
Right through tree quickly. Does he get Xander in the corner though? No, Xander good for two defensively. And how about the help?
You guys go down here, buddy. There goes Xander. Oh my goodness, that second shot from Xander.
Gets the work at long. There's the cross, and well, there's no cross. There's zero cross. There is no one crossing.
You might be able to line them up. The flash allows Junkie to peek, but he goes down. That's all on you. I mean, nobody better be taken down. Operator just around the corner. Body spotted. Body gone. John P fights his way back. 1 and 2 gone. Our Shopify Rebellion.
Down right. It is one of them gets taken down, and they try to get that kill. So far, just hasn't gone their way at all.
Basically, Fernandez Tex will find another. He pushes his way forward, and he's finally met by John, who picks up 2, make it 3.
All right, but that's the sort of thing to talk about. But yeah, we can go and talk about how these teams got here because it has not been the easiest for, I'll say it's not been the easiest for the guard. If we look through Split 1, M80 finished first. We look through the midseason faceoff, M80 finished first. We go through Split 2, M80 finishes third, not first this time, although barely there. That just took an upset loss to Shopify Rebellion. Then we come into the playoffs, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They have not stopped. They are on a rampage, and I don't think they're going to let the guard slow them down. Although the guard has looked so strong, especially after their loss to Moist, it looked like the guard improved immensely. They destroyed G2, they destroyed Oxygen, they destroyed Moist Mogul's 3-0. Sure, some of the maps were close, but it's still a 3-0 at the end of the day. You can't really say that that series was close. And let's go ahead, take a look at these map picks and bans. Now, M80 gets to ban both of the maps. They get to choose which maps to ban, and they're banning both Bind and Ascent. Now, we'd heard some players on M80, I don't remember exactly which one it was, but they had teased maybe that they had something planned on Bind, but I think they're going to wait to pull that out until Ascension. I think they're going to wait to pull that out until Ascension because they don't want to, give away their strategies now or anything like that. We've got M80 also going to be on Ascent. Sorry about that. And then we also have M80. Sorry, so they banned both Bind because they've been banning Bind the whole time, and I think they're gonna wait until Ascension to pull it out. They also ban Ascent here because it's one of the guard's better maps. But both of these teams in M80 and the guard have a very expansive map pool. There's no maps that these teams seem to have the edge on over another. I mean, we saw the guard play against Moist on both Haven, Lotus, well, we saw Moist play, I believe it was Ascent, Haven, and Lotus that the guard and Moist played each other on. No, sorry. It was Ascent, Fracture, and Haven. There you go. And although Moyes definitely found some good momentum in a few of those maps, the guards still shut them down in all three of those maps. They still got the win, only one of them going to overtime. So clearly the guard knows what they're doing on quite a few of these maps. Obviously, M80's got a very expansive map pool as well, and they get to pick both of the maps. They just don't want to have to pull out today, or they don't want to have to play today. They've taken away the guard's best map of Ascent. They remove Bind because they don't want to risk losing on it. So we're going to be seeing, most likely, I mean, honestly, if there's a series that's going to go to all 5 maps in a best of 5, it's probably this one. I don't expect it to go all 5. I think it's probably going to be a 3-1 will be the final score for the guard. Or sorry, for M80. But there's always a chance we'll see all 5, and none of these maps are going to go easy for either of these teams. These are not going to be maps that M80 is just going to beat the guard at. Now, I think for both of these teams, they both acknowledge, all right, we're already going to Ascension. This one is more for show, for fun, and they're all just going to be trying to have a good time. And this one isn't so much about let's make it to Ascension. They're not fighting for that at this point. They're all going to land in Brazil. It's mostly just about let's fight through this to just win the title. It's a fun match between these teams of the Guard and M80 who have been long-standing rivals. They've always they've got sort of this chemistry. You can see them. They always have fun with each other. And now we're moving into the agent select for the first map, which will be Fracture. I believe this is the map pick from the Guard because M80 gets to ban the first 2 maps because they made it all the way through the upper bracket. That's why they get to ban 2 maps, because they didn't have to go through the lower bracket. So they get to ban the first 2 maps, but then the Guard gets to pick a map in response, and they pick Fracture here because they want it to go off first. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. We have both the EU and Jonah going to be on Breach. We've got Valen and Xander both going to be on Brim. John Cutie and Net both going to be on Cypher. And those are the only similarities. The interesting thing here is M80's also put Nismo on KO. That'll be their recon initiator, despite KO typically being a flash initiator. And their duelist is going to be a Jet. You don't see that very often on Fracture, but it is still an agent. A Jet is still an agent that works on this map. Versus over on the side of the Guard, they have this is weird. Versus on the side of the Guard, they have a bit of an interesting show here. Now, this is the first round, and I talked about it earlier. This is going to be a shorty-only pistol round in honor of Twisten, his legacy. You can see they're just going to go across the ropes like this, fighting each other. And they're again, it's just to have some fun here in honor of Twisten's legacy. Sending some shots through. We already saw Tex get away with 1 kill. Or not Tex, Net. Ooh, Tex goes down, so it's now going to be a 4v4. They're just going to keep crossing here. Yeah, I did want to mention the Guard, like I was saying, the Guard has a Fade, and their duelist is going to... So the Recon Initiator is Fade. Their duelist is going to be Raze. So yeah, it's interesting here. It looks like time going to be running out here in a little bit. There's not a whole lot of... I imagine they expected this to go quicker than it did. But because the time runs out, it goes to M80. But it looks like they're just going to pause the time and let them play this one through. Yeah, looks like we're just going to keep swinging across. Just let them play this one through. Just going to keep going. I imagine they'll reset the score, give it to whoever wins this pistol round. Unfortunately, not enough time for this. But yeah, obviously, I would say the Guard going for a little bit of a more traditional comp with their agent select versus M80 going for 2 flash initiators using KO as their recon is a very interesting choice that I don't necessarily agree with. Obviously, Nismo is a very powerful KO player, and they want him to be able to prove that. Now, it has been a minute since we've seen M80 on Fracture. And I can't remember if the last time that M80 did play on Fracture they pulled out KO, but I don't think so. It doesn't look familiar to me on this map. Ooh. Alright, it's down to just Net. Finds a nice kill there. They're just going to keep going across, and it looks like, yeah, they're just going to end it there. That's just a little fun round to start it off, of course, in honor of Twisten. And yeah, it looks like now we're going to get into the first map, which will still be Fracture, I believe. And yeah, you saw those agent picks. Again, KO's an interesting choice there, and it will be interesting to see how the guard does end up playing the map because, or sorry, M80 ends up playing the map because not having a real good recon initiator could definitely serve to do a little bit of some interesting create some interesting plays, right? Where you're not going to be able to send a Prowler, a Dog, Sovadron. You know, you don't have that typical recon initiator. Obviously, they have that knife, that KO knife, to be able to get some. You know, that's sort of the recon aspect of it. But a lot of the util from KO is a very aggressive type of util. That's why you call it a flash initiator because it's really you're not going to be finding very much information with it. And Breach literally cannot be used as a recon initiator because none of the util provides you with any information. It is all about setting your team up for kills. That's typically what KO's util is used for, and I imagine we'll see quite a bit of that here. I don't think they'll be using Nismo as a recon initiator per se. I think it's mostly going to be using Nismo as this flash initiator that you typically see. Even if it's a little bit uncommon to pull it out where you have two flash initiators on any map, let alone Fracture. Fracture is sort of this map where we don't have a good meta running right now, so there's definitely this opportunity to still switch things up here. But yeah, go ahead and get ready to jump into this.
It's a pretty decent chunk of change. And, you know, it's obviously about pride. It's about proving that you are the true #1 team. Because, look, from day one,
and again, both of these teams came into Challengers. I do want to reiterate this. These are teams that came into Challengers. Everybody sort of assumed these were going to be the two teams that exit going to LAN. Like, everybody sort of knew these were the two teams that were going to make it to Ascension. But the story of how they got here is a little bit interesting. Again, a little bit of that underperformance from the guard a few different times. But M80s just look like this very powerful team. And honestly, that's why I expect M80 to take the win. Because they have never, I mean, other than maybe in Split 1, M80 really has not looked that weak. They have not looked like a team that you can sort of scoff at. This is a team that there's a reason they're here in Challengers. And there's a reason that they're going to be taking this. You see how strong they are. The IGLing from John Cutie is so good. The rest of the team performing impeccably to, like, there's not a single player on M80. And I think in Split 1, Koala Noob said it, but he was like, you know, if I'm not the one carrying, somebody else on my team will. Every single player on M80's roster has the potential to really show their firepower, their true strength. M80 is not a team where, you know, you're going, okay, it's this one player carrying them. No, it's all of the players carrying them. All of the players on M80 know what they're doing. They know the firepower that they bring out, and they know the damage that they can do. On an individual level, each individual M80 player could put up 40 kills in a game. It's entirely possible. It's just about the fact that they also know how to play well enough as a team. And honestly, I've talked about it before. I think the guards' team play, strategical play, might be a little bit better than M80. The key difference is because M80's individual players are so good at performing individually, it allows them to, even if they have a little bit worse of that strategical play, although not by very much, it's enough of their individual play to put them over that line of being able to top a lot of these teams. And you saw it after Split 1 coming into late season face-off, and even in Split 2, a lot of teams had figured out we'll just shut down Koala Noob. But then we started to see the other players for M80 stepping up. We saw Nismo step up. We've even started to see the other players like Xander and EU start to hit those, you know, the top 5 spots of all of the Challengers players because these players are so powerful. We'll go ahead and get ready to start this. That first round, of course, going to be, it's just a little bit of a show round. Going to get rid of that from the scoreline. And we're going to get ready to start this. The guard going to start it off by pushing into B main. They're getting ready to push in. Cypher Trip going to get destroyed by that Prowler, or caught out by that Prowler. There is still a Cypher Cam, although it does go down. And the Spike going to get ready to go down. Tech's going to be the one to plan it, get his ult point up. Start getting that showstopper. So the guard's been able to just take sight. You see these M80 players going for this 3-player flank. I'll remind you, this is a map pick. Oh, it's actually the map pick from M80. Thought it was the map pick from the guard, but I was mistaken. So it looks like M80 is prepared to play with this sort of non-traditional team comp. Kuala Noob gonna take out Trent. It's now gonna be a 5v4. The guard gonna have to defend this spike down a player. You see Net actually flanking those flankers. May be able to catch them off guard. He does. He finds one. Tex also finds two. Kuala Noob takes out Tex, but Net takes out Kuala Noob and Xander. That's 3 kills for Net. And the guard will take the first pistol round. Although M80 started it off on that retake with a player advantage, it did not matter. The guard was able to still put up a very solid defense of their site. And now M80 going to be on this eco. The guard going to be able to take a buy round. Now, I think both of these teams know or believe that they can beat the opposing team. They know deep down, hey, we can do this. And there's not, you know, with some other teams when you're talking about, like, say, TSM facing the guard or Disguise facing the guard or M80, right? Like, I think deep down those players know it's probably not going to be a win. But with these two teams, they know that they can each take this win, and they want it. Sure, it's not they want it for Ascension, but it's still, we want to be able to say that when we're going to LAN, we are going to be the team that NA will be able to look at and go, this is the team that's going to get us another NA team in Americas. Trent going to take out Xander. Net takes out Nismo. Jonah takes out John Cutie. It's now going to be a 1v5 as M80's been mowed down, and EU can't do anything there. And he gets shut down, and a flawless buy round for the guard comes through. M80 now going to be moving towards their buy, but the guard has some decent guns to work with. This will be their bonus round, but look at them. You've got 2 good guns, 3 Spectres, decent amount of shield. This is not going to be an easy fight for M80 by any means. As the guard gets ready, they're going to start pushing towards A, it looks like. Now, this is a very offense-sided map. I've talked about it before. I talked about it yesterday when Moist and the guard were facing each other, and even the day before that. This is a very offense-sided map, and so the offense should be able to take the lead going into the next half. The way you counterplay that as the defense is by making some aggressive plays or even playing on site, although that is pretty risky because if you can't hold your own, it won't work out. You really, on the defense, need to rely on your individual play because you're just at a strategical disadvantage being so backed into that CT spawn. Xander going to find 2. He takes out Tex and Trent. Jonah P able to trade it off. But a 2-for-1 special on the menu for M80 does leave them with a player up, and Valen is down to 10 HP. Question is, how does the guard play this at this point? You see Kuala Noob hoping that the guard will back into him when they try and rotate. John Cutie's got a cam. He knows exactly where Net is in drop. Spike gonna get to go down as the guard's just pushing onto site. Still no movement from any of the M80 players. They're still waiting to figure out how they want to play this. Flash gonna come through to allow Kuala Noob to clear into main, but he doesn't find anything. Right below Nismo as he takes out Net. Right below him is Jonah, who's able to take him out. Nearly looks like he wasn't going to. Concussions and Flash come out. Jonah can't play very much anymore. Kuala Noob takes out Valen. Down to Jonah to try and clutch out a 1v3, reloading his gun. Jump peeking out. He's trying to prevent that spike from being diffused. He'll be able to prevent it, but it does go to half, and he's not going to find any kills. Kuala Noob takes Jonah out. The first, or not the first, but this round will go to M80. It's their first round. Traditional eco and gun structure has been playing out. Traditional round structure has been playing out. Team wins the pistol round. They're able to buy the round after that. And then that third round, it'll be a bonus round from the team that won the pistol round. And the opposing team will be on a buy. They'll have the gun advantage. And that's what we just saw. And M80 was able to win it with the majority of their players alive. So this next round's going to be a buy from both sides. You do see Kuala Noob going to be using that Blade Storm. The guard, though, has a Showstopper and a Neural Theft to use. So not easy by any means. This will not be easy by any means for M80 to play through. Even if it's an even buy or pretty much equal buy. Now this will be a kind of a bonus round for M80 because that previous round was a buy round that they won. They're able to hold on to the majority of their guns, so the eco coming into this will be a little bit better for M80, but the guard has some decent eco as well to survive a loss, so we should see 2 buys in a row from whichever team loses this. And of course, whichever team wins it. Showstopper comes out, Tex clearing into sight. He's able to take out Nismo, but Xander takes out Trent. Util from Jonah, it's gonna find a pick. I forgot the name of it for a second there. Anyways, trade picks come through, point being, and it's gonna be a 3v3 here. Koalanoob's even been able to pick up a gun. Neural Theft did come out from the guard, so they know where M80 is. You do see
make that headway right now as M80 sit back and spawn and wait for the perfect moment to strike. They have a little bit of a flash peek opportunity now.
Plant's gonna go down. Concussion comes through, and two get hit. Jonah to go John Cutie and EU. Koalanoob able to trade him off, but it's gonna be a 1v2 for Koalanoob to try and clutch out this round. And he gets taken out by Valen. This round goes to the guard. They take the first buy from both sides, although it's hard fought. M80 not able to keep it even for long enough. Two ults in play right now. Rolling Thunder for the guard. And that Rolling Thunder could do some real damage. There's an Orbital Strike in the hands of Xander. Oh, but looks like they're not going to be able to buy. Going to be on an eco. See some of them on a half buy, but this will be the eco round for M80. So the guard should be able to take this round. They'll have the gun advantage, and even if it looks dire, they've got that Rolling Thunder if Jonah stays alive in order to use it. It looks like M80 going to be aware that it might be an A push, or sorry, B push. And now this util coming through, smokes go down, and the push into the site has started. Util going to be used to push the push back. Ooh, it does. You find a pick there. It's now going to be a 5v4. John Cutie going to dig out Dex. It's now going to be a 5v3 as John Cutie was locking down Heaven. Jonah able to dig out Koalanoob, but Nismo trades it off. John Cutie going to dig out Jonah. And now Trent takes out Nismo. It's a 1v3. It was a 1v4. Now it's a 1v3 for Trent. He's got 17 HP. Question is, how do you play this if you're Trent? And it looks like he's just going to go to save. You're low on HP. You don't have the spike. You just got to go for the save. You can't blame him. And maybe if he wants to, he can wrap around, actually. But it looks like he's just going to go grab that ult orb. He's going now. Yeah, he doesn't have the spike. He doesn't have time, really, to do very much. It looks like... Yeah, it looks like he's just going to save his gun after grabbing that ult orb. Oh, it looks like he's going to go grab the orb that's on Dish. He's a little bit concerned that somebody might be there, but nobody is. He will be able to pick this up. Alright, now that Nightfall will come up, it can be a factor here. But the eco round, the most important factor is that the eco round for M80 just converted into a win, which immediately does not bode well for the guard because they lose a buy to the eco from M80, and it means that M80 will take a big eco boost. Or sorry, not M80. Yeah, M80. Sorry, my brain's not functioning. Yeah, M80 will take a big eco boost to start it off. And we're still pretty early on in this half, or in this map. So, could definitely still be a chance for the guard to shut down M80 on this map. Now, this is the map pick from M80, but because, you know, 2 maps get banned, it just means the rest of the maps are going to be played, and all picking does is it just determines the order that they're played in. So, obviously, you'd expect them to win the maps they pick because they want to play them first to try and get their map picks, but also all the maps are going to be played, right? So, it may not matter too much if you lose a map, because there's so many other maps for you to try and come back on. Tex takes out Xander, but EU locks down Drop by taking out 2 on Valen and Tex. It's now going to be a 4v5 for M80. Aftershock comes through. Not going to do anything there. Trent takes out EU. That evens it out. It's now going to be a 3v3. And no trade pick comes through as Jonah takes out John Cutie. Koalanoob able to trade it off. Net going to take out Nismo, though, so it's down to Koalanoob in a 1v2. Try and clutch out this round for M80 to keep them in this with a bye round win. It's gonna get ready to go down. There's no util. Koalanoob doesn't have any util to stop it, and Trent gonna take Koalanoob out. This round goes to the guard. That's the second buy from both sides, and the guard takes it. So far, M80's only been able to win a round where they had the eco advantage and a round where they had the eco disadvantage. You do have to wonder, why are they struggling on these buy rounds? And obviously, you play different on your eco than you do on your buys with the way that you stack sites. But I think one of the main issues that M80's been struggling to keep up is even if they have the player advantage, even if they're able to keep it even, they don't know how to play those numbers. It just seems like they're not really able to find their footing when they don't have a big number advantage or, like I said, an eco advantage. And so what they need to do is they need to be locking down these sites a little bit better. Oftentimes from the defense on Fracture, you'll see these teams push out aggressively through those main entrances, through the back entrances, through satellite or arcade, to try and find some easy picks. You'll send, maybe 2 or 3 out there to either grab an ult orb or find those picks, like I said. And M80 hasn't really been doing that. They did it pretty early on, I believe it was on a pistol round, and they didn't find the win, and then since then, they just haven't really tried to do that very much. They've been leaving some players on site, and like we saw in that previous round, they left a player on site in, I believe it was EU or Xander. They were able to find 2 picks before they went down, which meant that the player advantage was in the hands of M80. But after that point, because the guard was able to get onto site, M80 didn't know how to, they didn't know how to really find good trade kills, and they just ended up getting picked off and losing that player advantage that they had. So M80 does need to sort of go for these aggressive plays like they are right now. Net's in this corner. He'll get hit by the knife, so they know he might be there. He is. He gets cleared out. But he does find a pick before he goes down. And so the flank that maybe M80 wanted to do can't go through. The guard's actually been allowed into CT. It looks like M80 is aware of that possibility. You can see shots now. Some util going to come through. Ooh, the Rolling Thunder comes out, which will help. Ooh, and now Xander and John Cutie come for the flank on those in CT off of that Rolling Thunder. Really nice play there. Tech's able to take out Xander, but Nismo takes out Tex, and John Cutie takes out Jonah and shut down just like that. It's exactly what you want to see from M80. I think the guard made a mistake there in just... I mean, I understand why they were trying to rotate. They knew those players were pushing out for the flank, but they weren't expecting that M80 would abandon that flank and just rotate back to B. Because we saw those players push out of B main. They found a pick, but then their flank was exposed, so then they just went back towards B site. But the guard was expecting them to push all the way towards A main, which is why they rotated through CT. And they got punished for that. No command available for Nismo. Orbital strike available for Valen. But the guard's going to have to take an eco here, which means M80, now that they have the eco advantage, may be able to even out this score and deny the lead for the guard any longer. And it looks like the guard will start this push towards B. Looks like they're not going to find anything yet. Look at Nismo just waiting to play off of contact. Smoke comes down and he flashes. What a beautiful pop flash. And he finds 2. And that's the spike as well. So M80 can just guard that now. There's a flank in arcade coming through, but you know M80 will be ready for that. That's why they send that molly into heaven. They send that knife through as well. So they know Net's in arcade. There are still 2 pushing in through A main, but the issue for the guard is they don't have any smokes. So they can't smoke and just grab the spike. So it's going to be really difficult for them to get it. If they had Net coming through main, they may have been able to use those Cypher smokes, but not going to be able to. Xander's going to find that pick there. It's now going to be a 2v5 for the remaining guard players. Trent's very low on HP. Hex takes out Nismo, looking for more. Not going to find any, though. He gets shut down by Koalanu, but then Xander going to finish Trent off, as Trent was already very low on HP. 4 players left alive for M80. They did have the gun advantage. It was the eco round for the guard, and the guard did lose it, and they weren't able to get very many kills onto M80, so it's not super successful. But point being, M80 won that round because they have the gun advantage. And now that it's back in an even buy from both sides, it will be a question of can M80 continue to get some momentum moving, right? There's only 4 rounds left in this half. There's not a whole lot left, and it looks like both of these teams are maybe going to be able to keep it even, but I talked about it. It's a very offense-sided map, so the guards should be able to take the lead on their offense going into the second half. Now, both of these teams are so powerful that it's honestly entirely possible, even if it's even going into the next half, that we end up in an overtime. John Cutie going to take out Valen and Trent, who are pushing in through Sands. Tex is able to get a pick onto Xander, but it does still leave M80 with a player advantage in this round, and Spike is down in Sands. Net going to be taken out. Jonah able to take out EU, but he does go down, and it's now to Tex in a 1v3. So many clutch situations we've seen both of these teams in. and neither of these teams have been able to clutch these situations out. I mean, we've seen 1v3s time and time again. Neither of these teams have been able to find it. This is not looking like, yeah, and Noob shuts it down from Tex. You know, when Moist was playing the guard, it looked, or not in this most recent series, but in their first series in playoffs, in the upper semifinals, it was a lot of back and forth clutches from both the guard and Moist. And that really showed how even that skill set was, that both of those teams could find those individual plays. But it seems like both M80 and the guard are doing a solid job of playing their numbers when they have that two-player advantage, when they're in that 3v1, and denying the possibility of a clutch, knowing that they have that advantage. The guard taking their timeout. They've got 2 to use. They're using their first one here in this half. Not the worst decision here. Timeout's going to be taken. I always talk about kill consistency, and look at M80. John QD's got 8, Koala Noob's got 8, Xander's got 6, Nismo's got 6. That's exactly what I want to see, because it means your kills aren't spread out. Each of your players are able to find picks when they need to. My voice keeps cracking, so I apologize about that. The guards' kills, not super spread out either. You've got Jonah, Tex, and Net. Pretty close in kills, but then you drop down. Trent's at 4, and Valen's at 1. So the guard will need to sort of tighten that up a little bit. They found, of course, in the early part of this half, they found some early success, but it looks like now M80 is able to take it back. What I was saying earlier is, even though it's an offense-sided map, even if it goes into the second half where it's tied up 6-6, I truly believe we could still see an overtime, just because both of these teams really are very evenly matched. So that sort of offense-sidedness, both of these teams should be doing a good job of denying that, or know how to deny it at least. And you see M80 able to do that here. The question is, are we going to start trading rounds here, or is M80 just going to get some momentum and go into the second half with the lead? Oh, okay, Xander gets a lucky pick spraying through the smoke onto Tex. This is the eco round from the guard, so it will be a 5v4. Spike goes down from the guard. Nobody stops the plant. Obviously, Tex went down early, but no other damage done to any of the guard's players, because that earlier pick was not based off of vision. It was a little bit of a lucky spray through smoke. Ismail flashes through, clearing into Sands. He gets taken out, though. Stinger wins those, apparently. It's now going to be a 4v4. They've evened it out. Rolling Thunder going to come out. Xander's Orbital Strike going to take out Jonah. Diffuse trying to just be stuck here. It gets stuck to half, but the Orbital Strike comes out, and it takes out Xander. So it's going to be a 3v3. Valen takes out EU, but Jonah takes out Valen. John Cutie takes out Ned. It's a 1v2 for Trent. He can't stop the plant, or sorry, the defusal, and the defusal comes through from Koala Noob, and he finishes off Trent. Now, that was the eco round from the guard, and they're able to kill the majority of M80's players, which normally I'd say that's a good eco, and it still is, but the eco stability for M80 isn't going to be hurt by losing the majority of their players there, because we've got 2 rounds left in this half. You're not going to be able to do a whole lot in the way of, getting rid of that econ stability, even if, say, all of M80's players died, but they won the round. Because they've just got enough money for the rest of this half regardless. 2 ults available for both sides. Both sides have a Neural Theft. Bladestorm available for Koala Noob. He's got this Operator, so he'll probably pull it out if he needs to. He's also got the Nightfall on Trent for the guard. Obviously, in order to use a Neural Theft, you need to find a good kill first. Koala Noob does some damage to Net, but no kill comes through, although Xander able to finish him off. Good pick there. Koala Noob takes out Tax. Trent able to trade it off. Nismo takes out Valen. Trent able to trade it off, but still a player advantage for M80, so not the best start for the guard. And it looks like this Aftershock going to be able to stop the plant. Smoke drops as well. Spike's still going to go down. And Nightfall comes out, so that will remove some of that audio cue, but it doesn't matter. John Cutie he flanks through main, and he finds some access into the site. He finds a pick, and then Xander able to win the 2v1 with Trent, and he goes down. It's now going to be the 7th round, so M80 will be going into the second half with the lead, and I did talk about this map is offense-sided. Now, it's clear M80's not letting the guard show that it's offense-sided. They're taking the lead themselves. And we'll see if the guard can do the same thing on their defense. But at this point, I would not be hedging your bets. This is not looking great if you're the guard. Is that the right expression? I don't know. I'll say it is. Language is all relative to whatever you want it to mean. So I'll say it's the right the right saying. We'll move forward here. Looks like the guard going to be playing a little bit slow here. They are sending Valen into arcade. Now, this is the last round of this half. I should point that out. And at this point, the guard can't even it out going into the next half, but they can try to close that gap up as much as possible, because if it goes into the second half 7-5, all the guard needs to do when it switches sides is just win their pistol, and they'll be able to get some momentum to try and even it up. Xander takes out Trent. Valen able to trade it off, though. So it's going to be a 4v4 here. Qualanu peeks out. Quick scope. Able to do some damage, but no kill comes through. And Jonah's entering onto site. Able to take out Nismo. Spike's going to have the opportunity to go down here. Valen going to be able to plant it. Don't think any util is going to stop the plant, and it doesn't. Spike goes down. Concussion comes through, which prevents Valen from running across. And the Aftershock misses. Misses Valen, actually. Which does allow Valen to just sit in that corner, but M80 may believe that he's not there. Concussion's getting ready to come through. M80 getting ready for entry onto site. Valen going to take out 2 because they don't expect him to be there. It's now going to be a 1v4 for EU to try and clutch this round out. He gets taken out by Tex. So 4 players off the line for the guard. Makes it a pretty decent round. But that was the last round of the half, so, you know, you can keep the majority of your players alive. It doesn't matter. So we're moving into the second half. It's going to be 7-5, pretty close, but it is an offense-sided map, and M80 has the lead, and now they're on their offense. So it's not looking great for the guard. If the guard can get this pistol round, they can tie it right up and try and get some momentum through. This map's not over yet, although it's not going to be easy for the guard, especially now that they're on their defense. If there is a matchup where either of these teams will be able to counteract the fact that they are on Fracture, it's these two teams, right? These two teams know what they're doing when it comes to most of the maps in play, and they will know how to combat each other on this map. We do have M80 getting ready to go through to A. It looks like they're playing very slow. They're expecting the guard to push out. And the guard is. They're pushing out in A main, though. Apologize for my dog. Tech's going to take out Nismo. John Cutie takes out Tex. Trent takes out John Cutie. It's now going to be a 3v4. M80's going to play this round down a player. It's going well for the guard. Again, if they win this pistol, they may get some early momentum to try and tie it up. Valen takes out Xander. It's now going to be a 2v4 here. Ooh, Trent. It's concussed. Qualanu going to take out Trent. EU takes out Valen. It's going to even it out to 2v2 between M80 and the guard. Both of those guard players were not really near this site, so Spike's going to get to go down. It's going to take a while. Jonah gets flashed. They're not expecting him coming through main, but he concusses, so now they know where he is. Aftershock comes through. Quantum just going to push into Jonah. And, oh, he runs out of bullets. Net going to be able to take Kualanoob out. Oh, I thought that was Jonah. Jonah not able to get that kill, but Net does. And that's what matters. The guard takes a pistol round. So off of that pistol round, unless M80 forces a buy, which they may want to do, they're at the advantage being on their offense, but they don't have to. Assuming M80 doesn't force a buy and they take an eco, the guard should be able to take this round. And it looks like M80 will be forcing a buy. Here's the thing, though. This isn't the end of the world for the guard. And that is simply because they do still have the eco advantage. Even though M80's forcing a buy here, which means they're hoping to win it, and they're going to have decent guns to try and do so, the guard's going to have better guns just because they have more money coming into this round off of winning that pistol. So although M80 will be trying to put up a good fight, if the guard can defend this site with their superior guns, it may not matter. M80 going to be pushing aggressively. Guard doesn't necessarily know they're on this buy yet, but you're going to hear some of those guns being fired, and now they're going to know. Trent able to take out Kualanoob. After that encounter, the guard now knows that they've forced a buy, so they're going to play a little bit safer. The guard going to be going over towards B. Or not the guard, M80 going to be going over towards B. I thought the guard was going to rotate as well through CT, but they don't. They're not expecting to rotate, but now that Net's going to find some of that vision, the guard can start rotating. But they're not going to prevent M80 from getting onto the site. So M80 will be able to get this spike down, most likely. It hasn't gone down yet. Tech's able to take out EU. Valen takes out Xander. John Cutie takes out Valen. Nismo takes out Trent. Tech's able to take out Nismo. It's now Jonah to try and win this. He does. He takes out John Cutie. And the forced buy from both sides turns into a win for the guard. Actually, a very, very good win for them. A very impressive win as well. The reason it's so good is because now M80 going to be on really low eco. They're going to have to take an eco round now because they forced that previous round. So now not only was the guard able to tie it up, they may actually be able to get the lead, which means forcing that by. Although I understand the decision from M80, it didn't go their way, and they're going to be punished for that by losing this lead most likely, because it's going to be a pretty big eco advantage now for the guard, who's just going to take bonus because they did win the previous round. Which I do agree with that choice to just take bonus, because you know that your opponent's going to be in an eco. It's not impossible for M80 to win this round, though, if they play their cards right. If they win their duels. They've got okay guns. They've got sheriffs. And Nismo's got a guardian, so M80 could still do some damage here. It looks like M80 going to get ready to push towards B. They were making some noise in A. The guard making some noise of their own in A main. And now M80 just going to get ready to rotate towards B, where they're going to be probably just allowed onto the site. It's only net to lock it down. There's Valen in CT there as well, but he's not really going to be able to do a whole lot other than send a molly through, which doesn't really do anything. Although Net, spraying through the smoke, able to take out Xander, but M80 is still on this site. They should be able to get this spike down, and it's going to get started to go down here, and it will go down. Although M80 is going to play this down a player, they may be able to win it, especially now that John Cutie's gotten a trade pick. We do have the site here. Oh, Valen going to shut down John Cutie, though. It's now going to be a 3v4. Nismo takes out Valen. It's a 3v3. Evened it out. Jonah going to take out Nismo, though. So there goes down that hero guardian. It's down to EU and Koala Noob to try and clutch this round out for their team. Time going to be played with that Aftershock. The spike can still just be defused from this point, and Trent takes out Koala Noob and EU, shuts it down, and the bonus round for the guard turns into a round win. M80 going to be playing this round, or sorry, this half now, down. They've lost the lead that they came into this half with. They lost 3 in a row. Now it's going to be a bye from both sides here. And we will see how these teams decide to play this to try and win this round. Although it actually looks like the guard is going to be taking a little bit of bonus. Trent and Tex are not... Oh, no. Tex is... Looks like Jonah P, though, and Trent not going to be buying. So the guard trying to play some good econ momentum here. And being at the disadvantage, being on their defense, I can't blame them for choosing to do this here. Tex is going to take out Koala Noob. That starts this round off with a player advantage for the guard. Still a gun advantage, although slight. It is still a gun advantage for M80. We'll see if they can play this. Aggressive push out into that offense. Spawn returns with a kill for Net. And although M80 goes to trade it off, they do take out Trent, but they don't take out Net, which does allow that player advantage to still be maintained by the guard. And they know where M80 is. Double whammy. Looks like M80 gonna get ready to entry into A. They're still gonna commit to this. They waited a little bit to get some of that util up, and now they're coming through. It looks like M80 gonna be able to get this spike down. So they should be able to play this post plant. It's just a matter of, can they win this? Oh, and Nismo mows them down in CT. Finds 3. Jonah finds the pick on John Cutie, and Net takes out EU. It's now going to be a 1v1 between Nismo and Net. Flash used by Nismo. He has a null command to use. I don't know if you're going to use it at this point, though. And he takes out Net. 4 kills for Nismo. And he gets M80 their first win in this half to keep it even. I mean, it looks like this is going to be a pretty even map. I wouldn't be surprised if this does end up going into overtime. I'll remind you, when the guard played against Moist yesterday, the guard took it to overtime, or, well, rather, Moist took it to overtime by coming back. And although the guard took it in overtime with a quick 2-0 in the OT, didn't let Moist get anything, it is important to note the guard did struggle a little bit on Fracture, especially on their defense. But it does look like they've been able to lock it down a little bit better here. Although, M80 is going to... the guard's going to know that they struggled yesterday. And I've probably been working to try and improve it since then, even if it's only been a short amount of time. The reel's available for either side. We've just seen 2 of them come out from the guard. Jonah going to be able to take it, John Cutie and Nismo. Orbital Strike being pivotal. Xander takes out Jonah, but Tex takes out Xander. Kualanoob in response leaves EU alone in a 1v4. Showstopper available for Tex. Neural Theft available for Net. Some of these ults have just gone up. Rolling Thunder available for EU, but I don't know if this round is winnable at this point. He may just go to save his gun, which I don't blame him for choosing to do so. It is a 1v4, and although the health is very low on Tex, the rest of the team on the guard is at full HP. Yeah, looks like EU just going to be saving this gun. I will say, one thing that the guard did really, really well here was that proactive push out of B main to look for that early engagement. And although M80 looked like they were expecting it, they weren't able to defend against it, and of course the guard wins the encounter. And that's where you can start to take away some of that offensive advantage, because the reason this map is offense-sided is because if the defense is just playing what you typically play on most maps, which is just staying in your spawn or towards your spawn or on site, the offense can very easily overwhelm you or push you back into CT, and it's very difficult for you to retake site. Oh, Net able to find EU in heaven, and he goes down. Ends this round a little bit earlier for the guard. And now that eco gonna be low. But yeah, it's an offense-sided map because you get stuck in CT if you're on the defense, and it's difficult to retake because they know exactly where you're coming from, and you get stuck in these choke points. And that's why it's a defense-sided map, or sorry, an offense-sided map. As M80 takes their final timeout, again, that kill consistency looks really, really solid. So you know across the board, the whole team from M80 looking pretty good, maybe with the exclusion of EU, who only has 6 kills, but the rest of the team, 13 and 13 for John Cutie and Nismo, and then 12 and 12 for Xander and Kualanoob. Really, really solid, because if you're all staying even in your kills, it means you're all playing at the same level, and you're all able to find picks when you need to. Obviously, and I've talked about it before, you know, your team can have the best kill consistency, but if that kill consistency isn't very high, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, if all of your team has 1 kill, sure, it's great kill consistency, but it means your team is not doing super well because you're not all able to find kills, even if you're all playing at the same level. And for the guard, you look, you know, you don't see as much of that kill consistency, but you do see those top 2s quite a bit above Trent and Net, but most importantly, they're above those kills that M80 has. 16 and 15 for Jonah and Tex. We're going into this round. 3 ults for either side. Neural Theft for both sides. And a Rolling Thunder for both sides. The guard also has a Showstopper. And M80 has a Null Command. Now, this will be an eco round for M80, so they may not want to use it. And M80 is 1 ult point away from both their Orbital Strike and their Blade Storm. So they may just take this round to get those ult points up going into the next round, where they'll have 5 ults to use. Although, because they do have so many ults, and so many ults about to get up, they may potentially want to get some of these ults up. You see the guard pushing in towards B, through B main, able to catch a flank. Rolling Thunder comes out, Tex takes out Nismo, counter Rolling Thunder comes out from M80. Spike still hasn't gone down from M80, but they do have sight. That trade pick comes through. Net's low in HP, but John Cutie gets caught in the trip. He's going to be able to get taken out by Net. But Kualanoob able to get that trade pick. He takes out the knives and jumps over, but he whiffs. And Valen from Arcade able to take Kualanoob out. It's now going to be a 2v3. Tex is very low on HP, but Trent able to take out Xander. Leaves EU in a 1v3. All he has is a classic. He finds one. Not going to win the 1v1 with the Vandal. And M80 loses their eco. They do invest a few ults into it, although not too many. Not too many, and they will have a good amount of ults going into this. I believe they'll have 3 once again going into this next round. Versus the guard, who invested, I believe, all of their ults into that round, despite it being the eco from M80. So a decent eco from M80 to be able to get those ults used up. Obviously, you know, you're just going to use those ults when you have the opportunity to do so. Because had the guard not used those ults, there's always a chance they wouldn't have won that round. So, you know, if it's used to win the round, it's a pretty worthwhile ult, right? Neural Theft, Null Command, and Orbital Strike all available for M80, and I imagine they'll be looking to use them because this is their buy round. A little bit of engagement near Satellite. A little bit of damage done to Tex, and off of that, the guard just backs up. And M80 is actually getting ready to push through Arcade into B. The guard going to be pushed into CT at this point. The site may be able to be taken, but no command comes out from Nismo, and Trent able to spray him down through the smoke. John Cutie going to take out Trent. The res can come through. That orbital strike does push the guard back. Through the res, trying to spray through. Tex able to take out John Cutie, but Xander pushed up in Gen, able to find a pick. Net able to take out Xander, though. So this will be a 3v3, and look at how low Koala Noob and EU are. Not looking great for them. Although the spike goes down and M80 can play post-plant, they're really going to need to be able to get these traded picks. See Nismo, Koala Noob holding a little bit of a cross. Net takes out EU. Nismo able to take out Net. Bounce back comes through, but Nismo able to find one before he goes down. It's a 1v1 between Valen and Koala Noob. Koala Noob's on 5 HP, though. Not looking like the most winnable situation. Ooh, Molly comes through. Spike gonna have to be held pretty soon here. Time is running low. He tapped it. He's waiting for Koala Noob to peek out. Koala Noob does. He doesn't have time, though. He doesn't have time to defuse, and he has to get away. Fortunately enough for M80, time played well enough, and Valen nearly gets caught out by that spike, but does get away in time. So that does keep M80 in this game. They win their bye round, although they do all die, so it makes it an expensive round, and they aren't able to get econ stability. It is still around for M80, and at the end of the day, with how not great this is looking for M80 here, it's a round they much needed. Now keep in mind, I want to point something out. The guard has had to play, I believe, M80 played 2 days ago, but the guard has had to play for quite a few days in a row because they got knocked down to that lower bracket. And so M80's had some time to breathe, especially yesterday. They didn't have to play yesterday. They had some time to prepare for facing potentially Moist or the guard. Once the guard won, they could take some of that time as well to prepare for the guard. So M80's had some time off to prepare. The question is, will that preparation time was it used well? Are they going to be able to take this series? Guard currently has the lead on Fracture. I'll remind you, this is an offense-sided map, and neither of these teams are making it look that way. Looks like that the Prowler gonna come through. It looks like M80 gonna get ready to push into A here, possibly through Satellite and into Drop. They're taking it slow. Maybe they're getting ready for the possibility of a flank. Koala Noob's been able to get into B Heaven, and he's found a pick onto Jonah, although Tex pushed out in Arcade, able to find the trade. What? They knew where Tex was, and they still don't take him out. He finds a 4. He finds 4 there. They knew he was there, and they still ran with their knives out. That is called a miscommunication. Koala Noob did not call him where he was. Potentially, he didn't know. But regardless, Tex able to get away with finding M80 with their knives out. Nismo finally able to stop him and prevent him from getting that ace. But at this point, Nismo not going to be able to clutch this round out. There's just no time. And this round will go to the guard. Now the guard only 2 rounds away from a win here on the first map. I'll remind you, the guard 3-0'd Moist yesterday. So clearly they know what they're doing in these best of 5s. Fracture was the closest map between the two teams yesterday. So if there's a map you'd expect the guard to struggle on, it's this one against M80. But just look at the way they've been playing this. Now that previous round, that was something you don't expect to see from these high-level teams, which is that's just a miscommunication error. They just did not call him, hey, Tex just killed me, he's in Arcade. Either that or M80 didn't listen. Regardless, miscommunication error, and it was punished. It's now going to be a Rolling Thunder in the hands of EU, a Showstopper in the hands of the guard. I mean, there was the chance they didn't know where Tex killed him from, but regardless, he should have known he was ready for that. I don't know. Just a weird position to be in. And now the guard actually 4 stacks on A, but M80 is getting ready to push into B. But they're pushed back with that Cypher util, and they're actually going to start rotating it over towards A. But you look at the guard, though they look like they were ready to rotate towards B, they're going to hold steady on A. So they've got 4 watching A, and M80 is going to face quite a bit of pushback. M80 is taking an eco round here. They're okay losing this round. Obviously, they've got some guns. They don't want to lose it. But the main thing here is that they want to be able to go into this next round if the guard wins it with a bye. If the guard wins this round, they'll be at that 12th round, and M80 will have to push to get to overtime. Now listen, the guard on their defense allowed Moist to get quite a big win streak in order to get to overtime yesterday, so clearly they're not strangers to that. Nismo able to entry by taking out Tex. Valen there to trade it off, though. Rolling Thunder comes through. M80 able to start entering off of it. That paid util. Oh, it did such a good job of preventing M80 from entering. Spike gonna get ready to go down. Net actually able to wallbang John Cutie through upper. Net able to take out Xander. Koala Noob Andy. 4 kills for Net. No hope for M80 in that round. They invested that Rolling Thunder into that round as well. Neural Theft comes up from Net. Guard takes their 12th round. M80 needs to win 3 in a row to take it to overtime to try and take this map. Mind you, this is the map pick from M80. So if there's a map they should be able to take here, it should be this one. Although, I would argue this isn't their best map. I'd say it's probably Haven, which we haven't seen come out yet. They do decide to go on Fracture first, maybe feeling a little bit more confident on it. You do see, especially after the guard's performance yesterday on Fracture, but seems the guard has cleaned up any of their issues from yesterday. Able to just play so solid. It's like a wall that M80 has to try and break through. 3 rounds in a row need to be won here by M80. Gonna start it off here. They need this round so badly, but there's 3 ults in the hands of the guard. Orbital Strike, Showstopper, and Neural Theft all up for the guard to do some damage. And M80 split up here. Not really pushing anywhere yet. They're just playing for some picks. Maybe trying to play off of contact, but this can be dangerous because it may just allow the guard to get some of those early picks. They're just trying to see where the guard may be trying to do an aggressive play. The guard isn't. The guard's actually just playing very default. We're just going to hold on one site through CT, which is not typically what you see. It looks like the offense going to get ready to push towards a site into B. Maybe getting ready to take site. And the Spike going to get ready to go down. EU takes out Valen, but Spike does go down. That's a big pick early here for M80, which allows them to take this player advantage. And Jonah's been caught out. So this arcade push from EU going to be trying to take him out. Do meet each other. It's a Guardian versus a Vandal. Flashes come out. Still this engagement going to be happening. Nismo's backing him up as well, playing their numbers. And they do win it. EU able to take out Jonah. It's now going to be a 5v3. Although Xander is very low on HP. Just sneeze on him and he's dead. Xander's still able to find a pick, though. Trent takes out Koala Noob. That's not going to do a whole lot here. Trent going to take out Koala Noob. EU takes out Net. And John Cutie shuts it down, taking out Trent. 4 players left alive. Makes it a pretty decent round win for M80 to keep them in this map. I said they need to win 3 in a row, and that's a start. So now they only need 2 in a row to take it to overtime. Again, like I said earlier, the guard on their defense yesterday on Fracture allowed Moist to get a win streak that took Moist to overtime. And although the guard shut it down in overtime, they're no strangers to letting a map slip between their fingertips. 3 ults available for the guard this round. Neural Theft, Showstopper, and Orbital Strike. I believe those were all available in the previous round as well. They just didn't get the opportunity to use them. So those players got shut down early. See if the guard can play this here, or how the guard plays this here. See Tex pushing out here, or they are pushing into these players, but John Cutie takes out Net and Satellite, and EU takes out Trent. Showstopper comes out, doesn't take anybody out though, and Koala Noob takes out Tex as EU takes out Valen, and it's now down to Jonah in a 1v5. It's looking like that momentum off of that initial round win from M80 may be carried through here into this round. Looks like M80 gonna get ready to push towards B. Jonah's ready for this. When he sees those shots coming through. I mean, how do you play this? You need to find some early picks on the entry from M80. But really what you need to hope for is you get a play where they're all lining up for you. Which they're not yet. John Cutie's actually in CT, in Generator. Knife coming through. The entry going to start. John Cutie able to clear. Oh, not able to clear Jonah. It's now going to be a 1v4 here. Flash is coming through. They know where Jonah is, and he gets sprayed through the smoke. Koala Noob takes him out. And now it's 1 round away from an overtime by M80. Neural Theft available for both of these teams. M80's also got a Blade Storm and a Rolling Thunder. The Guard taking their final timeout here. They used one in the first half and have not had to use one in this half. But they would like to shut it down here. They don't want it to go to overtime. They need to clean this up because M80's just been able to win their exchanges. The Guard playing a little bit too split up here, potentially. They were pushing out Satellite, got shut down there, and then they were pushing out an Arcade and got shut down there. So maybe you should send 3 through one of those pushes and don't push, you know. I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to pinch those players who were playing across the rope, but you're not going to find anything there. It just allows those engagements to be taken separately, and M80 was able to take advantage of that, and they were happy to do so. So I know the Guard was trying to pinch them, but it didn't work out. Was punished there in that previous round. So now the Guard does need to figure out how do we clean this up. I believe they should be able to buy this round, although some of them may have to go on a half buy potentially. Still going to be forcing because it is the last round of the half. No point in saving. Again, Neural Theft available for both of these teams. The Guard also has an Orbital Strike. M80's also got a Rolling Thunder and a Blade Storm. And you see Koala now as that Operator. It's not been the best with the Operator as of recent. We've seen him struggle a little bit, but he's still very deadly with it regardless. He just hasn't really had the best opportunities to show it off. Ooh, finally able to sneak past the Prowler and get through this smoke. There's space. Oh, he loses his exchange with Trent. Operator not going to be used there. Trent takes out Koala Noob. An early pick for the Guard in this round. You see them backing up immediately. That's definitely something they talked about in the timeout. To not push up off of that, but you just back up so that way no trade pick can come through. And that's exactly what's happening here. Let's see how M80 now plays this. Down a player. It looks like they're still going to push into B. Get some pressure going. Possibly just want to get a trade pick, and then they might try and rotate. Rolling Thunder available for EU. Neural Theft available for John Cutie. This ult's still a thing that are in play. This Orbital Strike getting ready to be used by, I believe that was Valen actually getting ready to use his. Yep, Rolling Thunder comes out to clear into CT. Trent gets taken out by Nismo. Orbital Strike comes out to prevent M80 from pushing up, and Nismo's already gotten through it. And Nismo is able to entry into CT slightly, getting that pick onto Trent, which provides that trade pick. So it's going to be a 4v4 now. Aftershock being used to prevent that push through Canteen. Valen able to take out Nismo, though. Jonah going to take out EU. It's now a 2v4 for these M80 players. Sanders got an Orbital Strike to play some time with. Surely he has the lineups as well. He does. Molly comes out. This Neural Theft's been used. They know where these M80s players are. They're trying to shut down Xander, so he can't use the Orbital Strike. The Orbital Strike does go down, but Xander goes down. I don't think there's enough time I don't think time was played enough, is what I meant to say there. And the Guard will be able to take this map 13-11. Not going to let it go to overtime. They shut down M80's momentum. And the Guard takes map 1. Fracture picked by M80 goes to the Guard. A very nice start for the Guard to be able to try and take this grand final. Now it's a best of 5, so you know it's still a little bit of a path that they have to take. They still have to win 2 more maps, but starting it off with a win on your opponent's map pick is not a bad start, especially considering how close it was when the Guard played against Moist yesterday. If there was a map that the Guard was going to struggle on, it was likely Fracture, but they didn't. They didn't struggle on Fracture. They were able to win the map. And now we're going to see. Now we're going to see if M80 can shut it down as we move into this next map pick. Go ahead and pull up the series. The next map pick will be Lotus, and it's picked by the Guard. And here's the thing here. We've seen the Guard on Lotus quite a bit. We know it's a powerful map from them. We know it's a map that looks deadly from them. The main question will be, how are they going to shut it down? How are they going to shut down these? Sorry, what am I saying? Oh yeah. How are they going to shut it down? How is M80 going to try and counterplay the Guard on one of the Guard's best maps? We'll go ahead and take a look at some of this in between map video.
Dapper. I've been seeing. I saw a little bit of slander on the TL the other day against Dapper, and I'm just like, man, why are we doing this? Of all people, like Dapper, like I think Dapper. It's kind of hard to, That's my answer.
Maybe Tig. I know he was on Turtle Troops and he had some pretty good results. If it's not Tig, it's probably Weeded.
I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to go with Governor. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think Governor's a beast. The dude's out there on Jet, Orglis, just fragging. Like he's always dragging his team across the finish line if he is in that situation. He's always hitting shots when he needs to be. When I played with him, he was locked in when there were times when I'm clenching. You know, I'm really like, damn, dude, he's got to hit this shot, and he pulls it out, and I'm like, that's my duelist. So I'm gonna have to go with Governor.
I gotta say, it's gotta be one of our new pickups, Physic or Pancakes. We've only played 2 games so far. G2 and Guard, they've both played incredible. Physic has gone under the radar for quite some time, but I think, you know, his IGLing, his brain for the game is insane. He's the next coming of FNS for sure. And Pancakes is he also flew under the radar for quite some time with teams. Like I know he had trials and stuff, but man, Pancakes is freaking insane.
I don't even know. I think maybe Sim.
Gotta go with my boy Brock.
That's a really good question. I'm gonna say Mitch. Mitch is the most underrated. By far the best IGL in the scene right now.
I'd say more recently Physic from OR.
I think Tig is the most underrated player probably in Challengers.
Maybe like Flya on Moist. I feel like he's pretty good.
I don't know who's underrated. Pony maybe? I guess Pony's underrated.
I think Brock's probably underrated. Like I know he's my ex-team and stuff, but I also don't hear like enough people talk about him anymore. Like I think like him and Proto, they're both like, I gotta give it to them. They're both definitely underrated. Like they're not talked to because it's like Guard, us, like G2, but like I know what those two can bring because I've been on a team with them, and they're both very like I don't even think like they're definitely not underrated. It's just like people don't actually realize probably their value, but like they're actually really good.
I'm gonna say Niliaz, and I know he said me because we played, but I'm not saying him because he said me. I honestly think like he's improved since last split, just improved in general, but his performance so far has been insane, and just OR in general has been doing really good. But I would say he's impressed me the most so far, and yeah.
I'd probably have to say Verno. I think Verno is like really big for Oxygen.
Well, I think Narrate's decently underrated. I'll give him. I think Narrate's decently underrated. I think he's someone who's been definitely performing well that people don't really like think highly of.
All right, yeah, but let's go ahead and let's analyze how that map went, because there is some stuff to talk about when it does come to Fracture. Because again, like I talked about, if there was a map that the Guard struggled the most on against Moist yesterday, it was Fracture. It went 14-12. It went to overtime, and I think that's why M80 picked Fracture here. They felt confident on it. They knew the Guard looked weak on it yesterday, but it just seemed like any of that offense-sidedness you typically see was not able to be pulled through by M80 or the Guard even. They did seem to struggle on it. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the kill consistency, which I do love to talk about. When you look at M80, very, very similar in kills for this top 3. 16, 17, 18. Then it drops down a little bit from 16 to 14, and then it drops down to 12, which is not great. They only have one player above 200 ACS, but guess what? The Guard only has 2 players above 200 ACS, so neither of these teams are able to find very many or very much damage, because both of these teams are really good at shutting down the enemy team. And you don't typically want to see ACS that high if the two teams are really matched up. And that's what we see here. Although Tex is able to hit 272, he's got 22 kills. Net has 20, so they're sort of rivaling each other for that top spot. And then you actually drop down. So it does seem like the Guard was relying on these sort of individual plays from these top 2 teams. We'll see if the rest of the team is able to tighten it up. But it does seem like those bottom 3 are not... It's not like they're unable to hold their own. They are still doing some good damage themselves. Versus you look at the rest of M80, and you've got these top 3, but it's not very high kills. You don't have one player with more than 20 kills. you've only got one player with above 200 ACS, and then you go further down the list. Sorry, let me turn this down a little bit more. And then you go further down the list, and you see more of that struggle, right? Like, these players in Xander and EU are not getting enough kills to make up for the fact that the rest of the team is not finding those carry kills, like what you see with the guard, where Tex and Net are sort of, in a sense, carrying the rest of the team. Even if the rest of the team has a decent amount of kills, it's these two players getting enough kills that they're able to really pull the team over that line. Versus for M80, they don't have any of those players that are standout, able to find those kills that take the team over the line. Instead, all of these players are really effectively getting shut down. So it's down to M80 as they're moving forward to find some of those players that can carry the team. Find one or two that can find those good meaningful kills that pull them over the line, or just to get the whole team to tighten it up a little bit. For example, if Xander and EU were closer to these top three, let's say they all had about 15 to 16. 16 or 17 kills, right? If everybody on M80's team had around that amount of kills, it would mean they're finding enough to counteract the fact that the guard only has two of their players finding those hero kills. So as we move into Lotus, which is picked by the guard, it's down to M80 to show that explosive offensive capability that they weren't able to do or weren't able to show on Fractional. These next two maps are also going to be offense-sided maps, and although the offense-sidedness was denied on Fracture, Lotus and Haven are two maps where it's difficult to make it look defense-sided, especially when we're talking about two teams that are very evenly matched. I'm not going to lie, I thought this map was going to go to overtime, especially after M80 went into the second half with the defensive advantage. Honestly, I didn't even think it was going to go to overtime at that point. I thought maybe the guard was going to, or maybe M80 is going to take the map, and then the guard ties it up and takes the lead. So then I was like, all right, M80 is going to be able to keep it even. It's probably going to go to overtime, but they're not able to keep it close. They're just not able to really find anything on their offense. They weren't playing cohesive enough. They weren't finding those early picks to allow them to entry. They really weren't entering at all. A lot of the times the guard was just shutting them down early, and M80 wasn't able to take advantage of the fact that the guard wasn't playing on site, because M80 was just started getting red in those areas that they wanted to start pushing through. They weren't really able to, and by the time they finally went into site, they weren't able to do very much. We saw them pushing into A site quite a bit and not able to find anything there, so they wouldn't even really try B at all either. It's like they didn't want to step on that site, so it just seemed like M80 was finding some struggle to find those rounds. The guard had the same sort of issue. They weren't able to really get entry into those sites. M80 did a really good job, especially during this 5-round win streak, of denying the guard any sort of movement into the site. So it's a similar situation, except that the M80 finds less rounds on their offense. So clearly M80 struggled a little bit more on their offense than the guard did. And we'll see, again, if that's going to change here on Lotus. Obviously it should, because Lotus is a lot more of an offense-sided map. And it's offense-sided for a much different reason than Fracture is. And so we should see these teams able to take advantage of Lotus and that offense-sidedness, as we often see these two teams able to do. Although we don't see M80 on Lotus very much. We see them on Haven quite a bit, which is another 3-site map. And we know M80's offensive capabilities. They are a little bit of an offense-sided team, whereas the guard is a little bit more of that defense-sided team. So we know the guard can lock down the defense on Lotus. It'll be down to M80 to break through that and then put up enough of a defense that they can carry it through for a win.
Team, and even some crazier setups where it was literally 4 players designed to allow 1 player to push in. They definitely love to play that aggressive style, especially on the defense, where they really take things into your safety net, like, oh, we're in spawn, everything should be fine, we're waiting for the round to start. Just kidding, they're right here. But as we take a look at the map pool, we'll see where the series is heading next, because again, it is a best of 5, and M80 on paper had a theoretical advantage. They got the double ban to come through, which does mean that a map they've had maybe a little bit of a leg up over the guard on will make its way in. The guard has been banning out Pearl, if I'm not mistaken, or Split. I can't keep track of their bans anymore because it seems like every single week the bans have been changing. But I know in the last couple of series, this team has been shying away from playing maps that typically land in the laps of M80, and one of those maps has been Pearl. So it makes its way through, but interestingly enough, it will be the last map should we need it. So here's the concern for M80 right now. Right, Lotus has been the guard's bread and butter. They love this map. They're incredibly good on it. Their attack side is so strong.
Yeah, they're really fluid, and it really shows in their sort of like success rate on the map. They're 5-0 since Split 2. I always like to use Split 2 as sort of like the reference point, just because it's a lot more recent. Split 1, mid-season face-off. That feels so long ago. But since Split 2, the guard is 5-0 on the map, and M80 is 3-1. So they're not total strangers to the map. And honestly, I'm expecting this to be a really a bit of a slugfest. I guess it's going to be a brawl for every single round.
Keep in mind, too, they get to start on the attacking side, I believe, as M80 selects the defense. The guard has a 75% win rate on the attacking side. Their attacking side is so crazy good on this map because of their post-plant setups. We've watched them many times gain access to a site, and at that point, it's pretty much over. Just because of the way they play the map. With the Harbor Viper combo, you've got the Killjoy utility in there as well. They have so much to get onto the site, and then so much post-plant utility that they basically don't have to fight you.
Yep.
That's right. And, you know, M80, they were a bit late to pick up Lotus. I think they, you know, didn't jump right on the bandwagon for Lotus as soon as most of these Americas team did. It seemed to be a very popular map early on in the season, both in Challengers and in Americas. But, you know, they had that loss to Oxygen where they were running the old comp with Breach. And right after that, they swapped over to the double controller, which seems to be the meta in most of these leagues for this map. And since then, they're 2-0 on it. So, you know, not as much experience, not as much map experience for these guys. This M80 squad is the guard, and the guard are obviously going to be very confident on Lotus, but we've seen a lot of good things from M80. This Fade Raze combo we're seeing from them on the Lotus alongside the Omen is a really interesting and unique look, and I expect it to lean again into that.
Alright, it looks like we're getting into the agent select, so enough talk about how the map is going to go. Let's just see how it goes as we get ready to look at this agent select. This is a map we see the guard play on very, very often. They know what they're doing on this map. They pick it a lot, and they picked it here to be played as the second map in this best of 5. Let's take a look at what these players picked. We've got both John Cutie and Net on the Killjoy, and that is the only similarity other than Trent and Xander both going to be on Viper. Those are the only similarities. Both of these teams running double controller. Both of these teams have a Viper, but M80's got the Omen, and the guards got Valen on Harbor. The recon initiator for both of these teams, or rather the only initiator for both of these teams being a recon initiator, is going to be for the guard, it's going to be Sky, and for M80, it's going to be Fade. The duelist, both of these teams have a duelist. The guard has gone to put Tex on, Jet, whereas M80's put their duelist on Raze. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams play with these duelists. These are common duelists you see on this map. Both Raze and Jet can find their place here on this map. The reason you'll see Raze sometimes is because there are some of those closer angles where it can be more advantageous to be able to move through them quickly versus a Jet, which is going to be better at holding longer angles, which there are quite a few on Lotus, but you know there are some of those closer angles as well, which is why having a Raze can be advantageous in those situations. So we will see, obviously we've seen the guard on this map quite a bit more than we've seen M80, but M80 had the choice to ban this map. They got to ban 2 maps. They banned Bind and Ascent. They were more afraid of playing the guard on Ascent than they were of playing the guard on Lotus. So I do have to think maybe M80's got something up their sleeves when it comes to Lotus that we weren't expecting, or that we maybe aren't expecting to see. There's potential here. If the guard takes this map, they could possibly 3-0 M80, which would not really be a good start for M80 as we move towards Ascension. That's not really what they want to be seen as, is the team that nearly won North American Challengers going into Ascension, but instead they're going to be runner-up number 2 going into Ascension. I don't think that's where M80 wants to be. I think they've been number 1 the entirety of Challengers, and they don't want that to change here right at the end of What? What?
Are you sure it's Tanner Metro, Bach? Or do we have another alternate reality version of Tanner who has made his appearance?
Yeah, that was in honor of, you know, this is the Metroverse.
What?
This is Tanner Mutro. This is Tanner Meowtro. This is
I,
Tanner
okay, but it looks like we're getting ready.
Okay.
What about Tanner intro? Can we get the Tanner intro now?
And Tanner intro, and coming back.
It looks like we're getting ready to move into this map. Of course, they throw out the agent slag, then they throw out the casters, then throw out the map. It's a whole thing. But yeah, we are getting ready to move into this. I'm excited to see how this goes. And yeah, it looks like we're moving in here. Let's take a look. As we start this map, it's a very offense-sided map. I talk about it a lot. Why is it offense-sided? I've said it a lot throughout Challengers. I'll say it again now. because on the offense, if you push up into those main entrances into the site, it is so easy for you to rotate. You can go through B door to go through C, that C mound into B main, or through B main into C mound. If you push up in A, you can go through breakable and go to B. If you're pushed up inside of B, you can go through breakable into A. It's really easy for the offense to rotate. The same is not true for the defense, but as we move into this round, you see some early engagement. Nismo and Koala each find a pick, but Tex finds 2, and then Valen takes out EU, which puts the guard with the player advantage to start off his pistol. Again, very offense-sided map, so and the stats they pulled out earlier, as you may have heard, 75% of the offensive rounds that the guard plays, they win. That is an absolutely insane record, and obviously they've played against a lot of those teams in challenges that didn't end up making it to the playoffs, so, you know, we could say they're a little bit of those lower-level teams, but that doesn't change a whole lot. Ooh, John Cutie able to win the 1v1 with Tex in C main. Xander able to take out Jonah. It's now a 1v2 for Valen to try and lock down this site. Not unwinnable. Ooh, he takes out Xander. It's now 1v1, but he's low on HP, and John Cutie finishes him off. And M80, although they were down a player initially, the retake successful for M80, and they're able to take this round. So they take the first pistol round. Now it's a very offense-sided map, so taking the defensive pistol round is definitely a good start for M80 to at least mitigate some of the rounds that the guard can win here, try and prevent the guard from, you know, taking an early lead. Now, if the guard wants, they can force a buy, although they don't really have to. It's not like they're going into this half up, you know, with a lead or anything that they're trying to defend. They don't have to, but they are on the offense, so it may make sense, and it looks like they're not going to go for that. They're going to take an eco. M80 going to be forcing a buy here, of course, because they won the pistol. That is what you do to secure the round. Not unwinnable for the guard, just unlikely. Ooh, Trent gets spotted, trying to get away. Nismo shuts him down. Now going to be a 5v4 for M80 to play through, as the guard's actually able to take B site, but EU in that breakable B link able to take out net, and it's now going to be a 5v3. The guard's actually pushed weirdly into CT, and they're going to go through stairs and into A. Now M80 is aware of this push, and Koala Noob takes out Tex. I think they're ready for the possibility of Valen being there too, but not quite expecting it, and Valen able to take out EU. Now Jonah had to go through a main. He's now sitting in that breakable entrance, getting ready to help try and retake. Ooh, Valen gets caught in CT by John Cutie, the flank of the flank, and it's now down to Jonah in a 1v4. He moves through the breakable, through B link, and into B. He does have the spike, so he can start trying to plant it. But he's actually going to push through upper and into CT. You can see M80 is aware that he might be there. I don't know. I believe they saw Jonah earlier when he was pushed up in A, but they haven't seen him since, so they don't know where he is. They know he could be in B, and they have left B open. Jonah pushed up and upper, doesn't find anything. He's now going to go for the plant, and now M80 knows where he is. Flashes out into breakable to try and stop the push in through B link, but he gets taken out. 1v4, not easy for anybody, and Jonah only had a sheriff and not very much util. And that becomes apparent as he does lose the round. So M80 wins their forced buy round with 4 out of their 5 players remaining. Very, very good start to this half. Again, it's a very offense-sided map. So as many rounds as M80 can get on this defense, they don't even have to take the lead going into the next half. Just 5-7 or 4-8 is a good amount of rounds for them to try and make a comeback with. But it will be interesting to see if the guard can deny any more rounds. At this point, this will be the bonus round for M80 off of that previous round win, and the guard will be on a bye. So the guard should have better guns here, and they should be able to win this round. It'll just be down to trying to put up enough of a fight to see if they can. Viper smoke comes through. The guard getting ready to entry through to A. See them looking at. They're getting ready to shoot that fade util in case it comes out. They don't want to get sprayed through the smoke. Nismo pushed out. And he's able to find 2 before he goes down. So Tex shuts down Nismo with a 2-for-1 special. EU able to take out Jonah. Valen's there to trade it off though. So M80's gonna start this round up a player. And you see Tex pushing up in through stairs and into CT to try and catch M80 off guard. But the timing as he looks away, Koala Noob peeks. Now it's down to Valen in a 1v3 to try and win the buy round for the guard. and not get shut down on Lotus. Again, this is the map pick from the guard. In fact, this is probably their best map, but M80 decided not to ban it despite having the ability to ban 2 maps before the best of 5. They decided not to ban it, feeling confident they'd be able to win it. As Valen takes out Xander, John Cutie able to trade it off as the push through stairs turns into a win for M80. So it does seem M80 let it through, knowing the guard would want to be playing on it, and it looks like M80 was prepared to play on this map. They've taken 3 in a row. This isn't like some weird, the guard forced on the second round 3 in a row. No, this is the traditional eco structure played through. The guard was able to full buy against the bonus from M80 on the 3rd round, and M80 still took it. So that just goes to show that clearly M80 knows what they're doing on this map. Down to the guard. They're able to get another buy here, but they do need to win this or else they're going to start this half off with some pretty bad eco. A Reckoning available for Valen. The guard getting ready to push towards C. Guard going to go through Mount. I apologize if you hear my dog. You know, when the mail comes, that's how it goes. I keep thinking today is Sunday. Alright, that's off topic. Let's stop. It's just weird. Today feels like a Sunday for some reason. Anyways, the guard getting ready to push towards B. Nismo behind box, able to take out Tex. Looking for more. He knows where Trent is. Able to get away with his life. There's a little bit of damage there. Able to find that pick. And now the guard going to have to play this in a 4v5. They push into C. It's only Xander to lock it down. Oh, he's not able to do so. He gets wallbanged by Net. It's not going to be a 4v4. Showstopper available for Nismo. Despite getting ready to go down. Nismo takes out Trent. It's not going to be a 4v3. Quillenoob takes out Net. It's now a 2v4 for the guard. Valen takes out Nismo. EU trades it off. It's down to Jonah. He's inside the Soman smoke. Able to catch him off guard, but he does go down. EU shuts him down. That's another buy round win from M80. Although that previous round wasn't actually a buy round from them. That was their bonus round. This round was a buy round from them. And they do take it. The guard was also on a buy this round and the previous round. Point being, M80's got some momentum to work. The guard has lost 2 buy rounds in a row. They're going to be going into an eco, and they're taking a timeout. And there's a pretty clear reason. There's a very clear reason. They just lost 4 in a row. This is typically a map they perform very strong on, but they've just been denied. I think the main issue is they just keep getting picked off early, and those early picks allow, or prevent them, rather, from playing a good post plant. And so what M80 really needs to do is what the guard really needs to do is get picks on their entry. They're not using their util well enough to deny M80 from playing far up. So M80 is able to play far enough up that they can find those early picks, and then they get away with them, and they're able to just run into that round up players. And look at this for the guard. They have no kills for Trent and Jonah, and that just goes to show the guard is struggling to find those kills. You've got all of the players on M80 with at least 1 kill, but you see 4 of them pretty consistent in their kills. Nismo quality above John Cutie and EU, but still pretty close in kills. Xander being the furthest behind, but doesn't really matter if he's far behind if the rest of his team is making up for it. 3 ults available for M80 this round. This will be the eco half buy from the guard. Showstopper available for M80 as well as a lockdown and a nightfall. 1 ult point away from the shadows as well. The guard has Blade Storm, which is going to be used this round, and they're only 1 ult point away from Seekers. Quillenoob immediately shuts down Trent. That's those early picks I was talking about that the guard needed to deny, but they don't deny it, and no trade can come through because M80 is so good at getting those picks and getting away. There's no spraying through the smoke from stairs. Didn't do a whole lot. Ooh, Quillenoob on top of box. Nearly able to catch Tex off guard, but doesn't quite find that pick. Was a bit too much. Guard is able to get the spike down, but the lockdown comes out. And EU coming through breakable, able to find so much. Nismo with the showstopper, gonna take out Valen, not gonna be traded either. EU gonna take out Jonah. Net takes out EU. Tex, Knives, gonna take out John Cutie, but Quillenoob takes out Tex. It's down to Net. He's been able to pick up a gun, but he gets shut down by Quillenoob. That's another 3 players left alive for M80 on another buy round win from them. Now, that was the eco round from the guard. They didn't really show that they were going to be able to win their next buy. It looked pretty much what we have seen from the guard. M80 is taking this so dominantly. A reminder, this is an offense-sided map. The way that M80 is able to prevent it from looking offense-sided is because they're finding those early picks. They're able to deny the guard any sort of advantage that they would have because M80 is able to find the early picks and then play their numbers. And so the guard can't feel confident in rotating because they know that they may be at a player disadvantage if they rotate into one of those sites. So what the guard needs to do is put themselves in a position to either not get picked off or be able to trade off those picks. But the issue is you can't really double up because you might just line up for them. It's a difficult position to be in. I'm not saying it's easy. It's an easy fix for the guard. M80 is simply just winning these gunfights that the guard needs to win in order to take away M80's defensive advantage. Seeker's available for Jonah. Lockdown available for Net. From the Shadows available for Koala Noob. John Cutie, the off shot, takes out Tex. It's now going to be a 5v4. That early pick for M80 once again coming through. Although Jonah able to catch Koala Noob off guard, but guess what? M80's doubled up, but it doesn't matter. Nismo gets pop flashed, and Jonah is able to take advantage. John Cutie's op, though, going to take out Trent, and then Xander spraying through tree wall, going to find a pick. John Cutie trying to deny Net, picking up that. Ooh, Jonah able to catch John Cutie off guard. So although the player advantage was in the hands of M80, it's now going to be a 2v2, although Jonah is low on HP. Spike hasn't gone down yet. Net does have it, but he sends the lockdown out first. Of course, EU trying to take him out, and he does, and now that lockdown can be destroyed, but it actually looks like M80's going to respect it. Can't blame them. They didn't know if Jonah was doubled up with him. He wasn't. That does allow Jonah to get this plant down. The lockdown was never destroyed either. M80 now going to be able to play this retake. It's a 1v2. You see Jonah, ooh, ready for the possibility. Oh, expecting it to come from upper, but EU, no, he's coming from ceiling. He's coming through. Pop flash is coming through. Successful. Full blind, but EU is able to get away, and he wins the 1v1. And this round goes to M80, although the 1v2 clutch was possible. Isn't going to come through. Operator going to be picked up here. Just trying to figure out if he has time. Should be able to get to the op. Gonna have to push for it, though. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. He got it. Alright. M80 now has 6 rounds in this half. Now, you could see a world in which it, okay, each team has 6 rounds. No. M80 has 6 rounds. The guard has nothing. The guard has found nothing. That round was the closest round we have seen in this map. M80 is destroying the guard. And after Fracture was so close, I was not expecting M80 to just be able to roll over the guard on the guard's best match. From the Shadows available for M80. No ults really that close for the guard, other than maybe the Viper's Pit, but you need 2 ult points for that. The guard's pretty far away from these ults. Trying to get them up if you can. Hex able to enter into B. He takes out John Cutie. No early picks for M80 this round. The guard finding early picks of their own. We'll see if M80 can trade these picks off, or they're just going to have to let the guard play up some players. Spike gets to go down on C. Nothing going to stop it. That Killjoy util was there to try and stop the plant, but that pick came through early. Quality will be able to take out Tex, though, so it's going to be a 4v4. It is going to be evened out. M80 still hasn't started this retake, though. They're not even near C site yet. So it's going to be a minute. From the Shadows getting ready to come up here. Cascade goes through, and now the guard getting ready to re-entry. M80 looking to defend this site. Xander takes out Valen. It's now going to be a 4v3. M80's able to get those early picks, preventing that retake. Jonah's able to take out Nismo, but it's immediately traded off. Spike, though. Time can be played here. Trent takes out Koala Noob. EU, though, shuts down Net and Trent. Oh, and he's defusing from on top of the wall, so he avoids the Viper Molly. I've never seen that before. You did just have to spray them through that, but the smoke was so good there. And M80 just now takes a 7th round. Not a single round found yet by the guard. The guard's able to pull through for another buy, but they need this. I mean, they need every round at this point. Not only have they lost the possibility of taking the lead on their offense, they've allowed M80 to take the lead on their defense. This is a very offensive map. But the guard hasn't found anything. These rounds have been... These past 2 rounds have been decently close. 6th round probably the closest. This previous round not as close. And it's just so clear M80 knows what they're doing. They look so comfortable. And, I don't think people are expecting this. I wasn't expecting it, but that's just because we haven't seen M80 on Lotus very often. They just don't play against people who are very confident on Lotus, so M80 doesn't really feel the need to play on it. Now that they've just they're absolutely decimating the guard, we may see it be a very prevalent map in Ascension. Nismo takes out Valen. That's that early pick. Seems as A-site being locked down very effectively by M80 in quite a few of these rounds. Koalanub able to take out Net. It's now going to be a 5v2. 3 players down for the guard. Nismo takes out Trent. Oh, they're going to make this a flawless round unless Jonah can find something, and he can't. Koalanub shuts him down, and it's a flawless 8th round for M80. That was, you know, I said these rounds were starting to get closer, but that one was not. Guard wasn't even close to a win there. Probably going to have to go through to an eco. So flawless round comes through. They didn't find anything. I mean, M80 just looking so solid. I mean, what do you do if you're the guard? They just have been getting picked off early. The main thing, I said it earlier, you just need to be winning your duels. You need to find those picks. Because here's the thing. M80 is able to find these early picks, and nobody for the guard is able to trade it off. Because here's what's been happening. You saw it in the previous round. Some of those picks were just spraying through the smoke. So the guard needs to play a little bit slower, so they're not just going to be in front of those smokes that M80 is able to spray through, right? I mean, seriously, what do you do here? Look at Quality and EU, both with 11 kills. It's 2 kill drop down in Nismo with 9. 3 kill drop down to John Cutie with 6. Xander's a little bit further behind, but you look at the guard, none of them even close to 10 kills. You've got a top 3, Valen with 6, Jonah with 5, Hex with 5, but then Net and Trent, not super far behind, but also just the guard does not have very many kills overall. So Net 3 kills below. Now, one thing I want to point out is Koalanub is on Omen, and Nismo's on Raze. Now, we've seen this come out from M80. I believe on Lotus, although I don't remember it being this dominant. You do know, of course, Koalanub is a very powerful player on any, just in general, and it seems he really knows how to play Omen. From the Shadows, Nightfall, and Viper's Pit, all available for M80. And it looks like the Viper's Pit gonna get ready to come out here and see, potentially. There's a Viper's Pit available for the guard, but they're taking an eco. Now, the guard just took their second timeout, so they have no more timeouts to utilize here. They use that to figure out, alright, we need to shut this down. We can't just let this keep happening. And yeah, Xander gonna use this ult reflexively off of contact. You can see, sends that ult out, which does push the guard off of it, although they weren't actually committing very hard to C, so they're happy to rotate here and happy to get that ult used. Ooh, you saw Nismo pushed up there in A main, looking for a pick, but Trent gets away with his life. Not a whole lot of damage done. Actually, no damage done, I don't think. That's a good position if you are the guard. You don't lose any players early. With this one way, though, Nismo's watching right here nearly. Yeah, he sees it, and he mows them down. Dex and Trent both go down. Those early picks given. They just walk right through the one way that Nismo's playing on. The eco round, not going to find anything, it looks like, for the guard. Jonah able to take out John Cutie. That's B-site cleared out. No more Killjoy util to worry about either, so that means B-site can be taken as well. Meanwhile, Net challenging into the Viper's Pit that Xander's put down. But Trent knows that the push is into B, but actually the guard's rotating. Balance picked up the Odin that was being carried by John Cutie, and now they're pushing towards C. Looking to take C site, spraying through the smoke, so now M80 knows that it's a C push. You see Jonah holding C Link, and he is able to take out EU. Water. It's now going to be a 2v3. Winnable for the guard if they play their cards correctly. Play their cards right. We'll see if they can do this. Xander takes out Valen, though, and it's down to John Cutie with the Sheriff to clutch a 1v3. Nismo shuts him down. I was going to say Xander, but no, it's Nismo from within that water. And this round does go to M80, the 9th round in a row. I mean, typically, if you're going to see a 13-0 on a map like Lotus, it's not going to be on the team starting on defense. It's going to be on the team starting on offense. But it's looking like M80. They've flipped this on its head. A very offense-sided map, but I mean, what is M80? I mean, what have they been eating? Right? Like, how do I play like them? Like, what time did they wake up? What time did they go to sleep last night? What did they drink? What have they been drinking? Just water? Sure, I'll drink water. I mean, whatever they do, I want to do it. So the guard's getting ready to push towards C. We've got Seekers and a Viper's Pit available for the guard. 3 ults available for M80. Which I feel like I keep saying. They have a From the Shadows, a Showstopper, and a Nightfall. They really just haven't needed to use it at all. The guard... Actually, Valen's able to take B site. Maybe the guard's been sleeping on B side. Tech's able to take out EU, but a trade pick comes through from Koala Noob. And Tech's actually able to take out Nismo as well, looking for another pick. And Valen's able to actually push into CT and take out John Cutie. Could this be the denial as Trent takes out Xander? It's down to Koala Noob to clutch out a 1v4, and he gets shut down. And the guard finally, after 9 rounds in a row from M80, the guard finally finds a round. That was off of that second timeout that they used. They had to take an eco round. That was that previous round, but then this round was their first buy round since that timeout, and it paid off with a win. They were able to just push. They were able to take advantage of the fact that B site in particular was left open. You see M80 responding now in this round by placing 2 on B, 2 on A, and 1 on C. The guard going to be splitting up a little bit here, playing off of contact, it seems. Just trying to find some of those early picks that they were able to find in the previous round. Fred wants to get some momentum moving here. At the very least, they've denied the flawless map for M80. Which is, you know, it's good for the guard. But at this point, it's just, I mean, what's the point, you know? It's inevitable that M80 will likely be taking this map. The guard sort of just mitigating as much damage as possible now. And Nismo able to take out Trent over an A. That's one of those early picks that M80's been able to find a lot of these rounds. You see the guard pushing up towards C. Saw Tex get that operator in his hands the previous round and do so much good damage with it. Can he do the same here? That is the question. Nightfall available for EU. Now Lockdown available for John Cutie. Lockdown from John Cutie getting ready to be used in Waterfall. And it does go down, so the C push will be denied. Looks like the guard gonna go towards B now. There's Quality with an operator to lock it down. Ooh, he gets blinded. He can't do anything there. John Cutie takes out Jonah. But Valen takes out John Cutie, but Nismo takes out Net with a grenade, and EU finishes it off. 4 players left alive, makes it another dominant round from M80. It looks like the guard not going to carry any momentum off of that round win. I mean, listen, this is sort of the M80 I was anticipating would come through when we were on Fracture, which was the map that they picked. Not on Lotus, which is one of the guard's best maps. I was not anticipating the guard getting destroyed this badly. 3 ults available for the guard: Bladestorm, Viper's Pit, and Lockdown. Nightfall available for EU. Seems like M80 took that loss on Fracture personally. Did not want to just let that slide. They moved through here. Looks like the guard is going to start pushing through C. I mean, my biggest question here is how does the guard recover from this mentally? You just lost 10 rounds in a row. You're still trying to keep in it. I mean, the nice thing about getting destroyed this badly is you don't even have really a whole lot of time to think, wow, we are not doing well, because the map's going to be over so quickly. I mean, the fact that the guard had to use both of their timeouts in this half definitely shows they're very, very worried about how they're playing this map. Now, the guard's able to push up into C, and they get that Viper's Pit down, but they haven't really been able to find anything with it as of yet. Texas pushed up, looking for something, but Qualanoob shuts him down. Now going to be a 5v4 for M80. Nismo able to take out Jonah, looking for more. He's getting sprayed out through the smoke, though, and the Viper's Pit's making him very, very low on HP. Doesn't want to get finished off here. Doors open to try and bait out M80 to rotate towards B. Yeah, the Viper's Pit drops. Guard going to be going back towards C, but you see Nismo ready to see that and catch that. A little bit of some engagement, but Nismo actually takes quite a bit of damage in that process. But now the guard rotating towards B. You can see M80's ready for that. The Nanostorm does really solid damage to Valen. Oh, the timing. Net takes out John Cutie. The spike gonna get to go down with time running low. EU takes out Net. Xander takes out Valen. Trent takes out Xander. Not gonna clutch this one out. And the final round of this half goes to M80. So M80 will be going into the second half up 11-1. All M80 needs to do is win the pistol round, which mind you, it's a very offense-sided map. So all M80 needs to do is win the pistol round, and then they'll have really solid econ momentum to work with. So all M80 needs to do is win this pistol round, and they can most likely take this map. If the guard wants to try and make a comeback here, which, again, offense-sided map, so it's not very likely they'll be able to do it on their defense, but if they want to try to, they're going to need to win this pistol round. Like more than anything else, they need to win this pistol round. I mean, this is more than disappointing if you're a fan of the guard at this point, especially considering, again, they won Fracture, and it was 13-11. That was so close. It's just like all of a sudden, Fracture was the only map that M80 was okay with losing, apparently. Like, I've just never seen Lotus look this badly for the guard, ever. Even when they lost to TSM on Lotus, it was like 18-16 in overtime, right? Like, clearly the guard knows what they're doing on this map. And that was the first time we saw the guard on Lotus, and they were able to take it to overtime. And since then, they've only gotten better at it. And it just looks like M80 doesn't care. Though, and it was, sorry, not although, but this round looking like it may have a similar story as Tex gets picked off early in B main. It's not out of M80. They're able to push into A here. They still have all of their players, though they've taken a little bit of damage. See Nismo gonna peek into this Omen smoke. Ooh, Xander able to win the exchange from Net, but Valen takes out John Cutie. Still gonna be a player advantage for M80 though. Ooh, oh, Trent does get cleared out. Valen able to take out Xander. So the trade picks come through, but again, M80's betting up a player off of that early pick in B main. Nismo pushed up. You can tell Valen's not ready for it, but it's not like he's gonna be allowed to push up here. He's getting pushed back with that spraying through the smoke. And as Jonah peeks through upper, he gets immediately taken out. It's down to Valen in a 1v3. Will he find anything? He's able to take out EU, but nothing else. Noob shuts him down. Valen not going to get the ace to clutch out this round. And M80 now on that 12th round. Not only are they on this 12th round, they're going to be able to force a buy off of that win. The guard has to force a buy, but look at their eco. They've got nothing. They've got Sheriffs and a Stinger. Look at M80, though. They've got decent guns to work with here because they won that pistol round. This is some momentum to work with. And we may be seeing M80 in the grand finals 13-1 the guard on the guard's best map of Lotus. This is, I mean, yeah, I'll say it's their best map. Maybe other than Ascent, but Ascent got banned. So, yeah, I'll say this is their best map. I mean, we've seen them do really, really well on this map historically. Typically, they've got a really good win streak on it. Or, not a win streak, but a win record. Oh, Cutie. What is that sense? It's like every time he shot, his mouse, his crosshair moved. A bit of engagement there in B main, but no kills come through yet. Again, very big eco advantage here for M80. Ooh, Net catches Nismo off guard, but he whips. A head tap there would have given an easy kill to the guard to start it off, but now Net has to back up. His turret's been destroyed. Not a whole lot of util to work with either, so Seaside gonna be given to M80. Nismo takes out Valen. It's now down to a 5v4. Net able to find a pick, but he goes down. Salt in the wound. It's now gonna be a 4v3. Still down a player for the guard. They're gonna have to play this retake as M80 gets this spike down. I mean, what do you do? Seriously, what do you do?
Now 4 remain as they plant their feet and look to defend.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here. Not much firepower.
Tex takes out EU, but John Cutie immediately trades it off. It's 3v2. Tex takes out Xander, but John Cutie immediately trades it off. So still player advantage. It's not unwinnable for John Cutie. It's now 1v1, but the health at 2 HP. He can't heal himself. Doesn't work like that, and John Cutie jumps over. He knew he was low. And the 4K comes through from John Cutie. 13-1 final score on Lotus. I mean, what do you do if you're the guard after that? You're mental. It's got to be shot. Every single one of those rounds, especially on that defense, there's not a whole lot of rounds on that offense to highlight, but the main thing on that defense was the early picks that the guard was able to, or sorry, that M80 was able to find on the guard were never traded off by the guard. They just weren't able to trade those picks off. They weren't able to counter it with their own picks. It was just a matter of the guard was losing their duels because M80 was putting themselves in a good position to win them, and then the guard couldn't even trade it off. They weren't able to keep it even on their offense, and that immediately takes away any sort of offensive advantage because you no longer will be able to overwhelm the 1 or 2 players on site because you just have less players to work with if you try and rotate. It's, I mean, I've never seen, obviously we saw a similar story for, I mean, I don't have words. It's just like, that is the most dominant map I've ever seen the guard ever lose. Like, I've never seen the guard lose like that before. Just to lose that badly. I mean, Nismo hit 355 ACS. Look at this. The whole team for M80, these top 3, all within 2 kills of each other. Koalanu with 17, Nismo with 16, EU with 15. Then you drop down 4 kills. You've got John Cutie with 11. You got Xander with 7. But like, look at the guard. They didn't find anything. You've got Valen and Tex, 11 kills for Valen, 10 kills for Tex, but then you drop down. 8 kills for Jonah. Then you drop way down. 4 kills for Net, 3 kills for Trent. I mean, what do you even do after that? What can you even find? It's just very clear that the guard wasn't putting themselves in a position to win their duels in the way that they typically are able to do. And they're able to, and M80 is able to just roll them over, only losing 1 single round. And even that round, I believe the guard only had 1 of their players remaining, right? So it just goes to show 4 out of the 5 of M80's players above 200 ACS, exactly what you want to see. Honestly, the guard not looking super weak here. They did have two players above 200 or at 200. Yeah, Tex nearly at 200. It's just that when you're not finding anything in any of these rounds, like, what are you going to do? There's not very many assists to work with here. You look at M80, and, like, even though Koalanu was not on the duelist role, which we typically see him on, we'd seen Koalanu on Lotus play Omen before because double controller needs to be played by M80. And you look at this, and clearly Koalanu knows what he's doing here. I mean, it's just unbelievable that M80 is able to dominate this hard against a team from the guard, which, again, this is one of their best maps. 75% of offensive rounds for the guard went their way on Lotus. 75%. And M80 did not care. On paper, did not matter for M80. They just destroyed them on defense. They knew what they were doing. It was impossible to push through. Like, there's not even a whole lot to say because not a whole lot happened other than the guard getting destroyed. Now we're going to go over to Haven. A map picked by M80. One of M80's best maps, maybe with the exclusion of Pearl. And right, like this could be the start. I mean, obviously the guard's already gotten a map up, so it's only 1-1, and it's very possible that Haven is played well by the guard. We saw them beat Moist Moguls on it yesterday. We saw Haven go 13-8, so it was the least close of the 3 maps, so clearly the guard decent on the map. And I imagine Haven's not going to be as dominant of a performance for M80 as Haven was. I think the guard went into Lotus. They probably didn't spend a whole lot of time on it. And to be fair, M80's had time to prepare, right? Like, they didn't have to play yesterday. The guard did. So there's been more time for M80 to prepare for the series, and they likely knew they would be playing against the guard on Lotus, so they just practiced Lotus, and it definitely paid off. Haven is a map which I feel like and Lotus was also a map where I feel like the guard didn't really think or put too much thought into practicing for Lotus, because they probably were like, we have very solid fundamentals on it, we know what we're doing on it, we've played it a lot. They probably didn't, in between yesterday and today, put a lot of time into Lotus, versus very likely M80 put quite a bit of time into Lotus. Haven is a map I feel like both of these teams probably put a little bit less time into, and the guard probably put more time into Haven, especially since we saw them on it yesterday. Clearly they know what they're doing. I don't expect M80 to be able to just put the guard down at every single opportunity. I expect the guard to actually be able to put up a fight this time around, but that doesn't change the fact that clearly M80's got some mental boost to work with. Now, both of these teams are really good at recovering their mental. Neither of these teams look like they really get affected by mental very, very easily. But we'll see what the guard can try and do here. Let's take a listen to what the casters have to say.
Incredibly strong on Lotus. As much as we've praised the guard all season long, this was not the guard we know on this map.
Yeah.
They just could not get a foot in the door. Roy, you actually said it. Yeah, they were getting, post plants, but not with numbers. They were consistently down a player or two and you can see it here, just getting spammed through everything.
Yeah, you can literally see it in the replays, like just constantly spamming them. But I mean, we mentioned this earlier, right? We talked about how disruptive M80 was on their defense side. Well, they took that to a whole new level on this map. They were constantly spamming smokes. They had perfect counter utility for every single time they saw a harbor util. They were like, mollies are coming out on the choke points immediately. Their rotations were absolutely perfect. They had such good awareness of the Trent lurk towards A as well. It really just felt like every single time that the guard tried to get on a bomb site, they were already down like 1 or 2 players, or they were all like super low HP.
Yeah.
Very hard for the guard to get into this game. It's very clear that M80 have done their homework. They came in with a clear game plan. They knew what guard wanted to do and how to disrupt it. I even see them leaning into the penetration meta that we're starting to see on this map. Putting up some guardians early on, spam through some walls, getting the Odin activated on the A site later on in the defense, and just really making it near impossible for guard to get onto these bomb sites, get the plant down, and get into a favorable post plant position.
I mean, 0 for 10 post plants. Yikes. This is a team that we've talked about being so incredibly good in the post plants, and they didn't get a single one. They lost all of them, as the guard gets only 1 measly round.
And it's important to talk about, yes, they were failing on the post plant, but the question is why? And it's because M80 was oftentimes able to find those early picks, which meant that even if the guard was able to get the spike down, they were doing it. They were, getting this post plant set up where they had a player disadvantage, and M80 knew what to do when they had that player advantage, as far as just, hey, we can have one of our players just spraying through smokes, spraying through boxes. We have a player up, so we can just spray at them, and sure, that player that's shooting at them might get taken out, but we have a player up, so it's okay. And it didn't matter. They were still able to find those picks through spraying through the smoke. So clearly M80 knows what they're doing when it comes to Lotus. They were able to set themselves up to find those early picks, like I talked about. Look at Nismo, 355 ACS. It's unbelievable how well M80 was able to set themselves up, and the fact that they weren't able to, and the fact that the guard wasn't able to trade it off, the fact that the guard wasn't able to counteract by spamming themselves, really goes to show the guard was not anticipating to play against this type of like rat play where you're just spraying through the smoke constantly. And clearly it worked for M80. I think the guard maybe a few of those rounds needed to take a little bit of a slower approach. Honestly, play less predictably. They were able to, they would smoke themselves off, or not themselves off, but they would smoke the defense off, try and push up. But of course, the defense is going to know exactly where you are when you're pushing up like that. So I don't know how the guard would have played a little bit differently there. They just needed to. And the main thing was, even if they were smoked off, M80 was still able to find picks. It did not matter. It didn't seem like it ever mattered. And that is sort of, it's not even a mechanical difference. It's just because M80 was able to play so well in setting themselves up for those early picks. And they're shooting, you're spraying through a smoke or through a box, right? So it's difficult to just trade off. And so it allows these picks, these early picks for M80. What the guard really needed to do was find ways to either counteract that, counter spray, or just straight up not get sprayed at, or don't smoke them off so you can try and take the duels and win and try and say you have a good mechanical difference. It's just, it didn't ever happen. There was no opportunity. The guard didn't have the chance to figure it out. They won one singular round, and that was a buy round off of a timeout. And that was it. That was the only round it looked like they were doing something, because they didn't get picked off early. In fact, they found a way to pick off M80 early. And that was it. That was the only time they counteracted M80, because after that, M80 just adapted to play a little bit further back and not get so aggressive. They reset their mental, didn't get too aggressive, and it paid off. So now M80 is going into Haven. Or sorry, now we're going into Haven, picked by M80. And I think M80 may be able to take this grand final, which I said was going to happen. And my initial prediction was that it would be 3-1 in favor of M80. And after such a dominant Lotus, I think I'm actually believing in that. Although I think Lotus will be the least close map. That's not the right way to say it. Yeah, I'll say that. It's going to be, I think Lotus is the least, like, together, like the least close map. The scoreline was the most dominant I think we're going to see out of any of the maps, just because I feel like the guard was not expecting M80 to be so prepared on Lotus, to do so well on Lotus. But after that performance, I expect M80 in Ascension to be pulling Lotus out every single opportunity now. I mean, we just saw them destroy on it. Why wouldn't you? And they've been hiding Bind. They've talked about, or they teased it a little bit earlier, that they may be prepared to play on Bind as well, even if they're banning it every time. They talked about maybe pulling it out, or they teased it a little bit. So I expect in Ascension, M80 is just going to look so strong. Obviously, both of these teams are going to Ascension. This is just for the title of the North American Challengers winner. But to see M80 able to destroy the guard like that, I expect M80 to be able to pull similar things out in Ascension. And this does give me confidence. M80 will be giving NA another team in the Americas region. I mean, this is just so... I mean, that was... There's not even a whole lot to say other than M80 was really good at finding those early picks. The guard was really bad at finding early picks or trading off those early picks. They were giving M80 opportunities to spray through smokes and get them. And after that point, or as that continued, there was nothing that M80 could do. Or sorry, that the guard could do to stop the steamroll that M80 was putting up.
Some of the American teams that are running sort of the Harbor Viper meta, but even that's playing a little bit differently than what guard is running.
Absolutely, and that's the fun part about running the off comps, right? You know, it may not be the absolute best comp on paper, if you want to call it that, but you know, like you said, how often does the enemy team get to practice against it? It's a bit of that cheese factor, right? You know, maybe they can catch them off guard a bit and really put them on the back foot and not know, you know, have these fleshed out reactions or protocols to deal with some of the things that are going to be thrown at them with the Viper.
Which is why, at a fundamental level, I don't really think there is such a thing as a best comp. I think there's the comp that works well, and I think there's comps that work well for teams. We look at Moist Moguls and the way they ran through Ascent with the Viper this season, and even though they didn't pull that out in playoffs, which was kind of perplexing given that it worked so well for them during the split, it worked so good for them, and it was like, okay, well, this is not
They are talking about Haven, which I haven't really geared towards talking about, so I will talk about it. Here's the thing with Haven, right? It is a map the guard has done decently on. Here's the thing with the guard. They've been running double controller on Haven, which is a very off-meta pick. We don't see very many teams in any region going double controller on Haven, but especially not in the Americas region. We just don't see double controller on Haven, and there's a reason for that. Even though it's a 3-site maps and having 2 controllers allows you to spread out a little bit, the main reason we don't see it is because it just doesn't make sense in a lot of cases. Because some of the util you can gain from having double initiator can be way more useful. Having a flash initiator and a recon initiator is typically very advantageous, and that's why we see a lot of teams end up pulling out that double double initiator comp rather than the double controller. But the guard does really like double controller. They run double controller on the majority of their map picks, and I think they just like playing with it. They feel comfortable with these agents, but it does sort of back you into this corner where you're playing off meta, and sure, you might catch some of these teams off guard, but when we're talking about a team like M80, I don't know if you're going to be able to catch M80 off guard, right? Like, sure, yeah, they're not going to be prepared to necessarily be playing a double controller enemy team. That doesn't change very much, though. It is still an off-meta pick, and there's a reason that we see a lot of teams gravitating towards the double initiator, because having that breach util is so useful, and it's one of the reasons that Moist was able to find some rounds against M80 yesterday, even if it wasn't it was the more dominant of the map wins from the guard yesterday against Moist. It did sort of weigh on them that they didn't have that breach util, and you know, now that they're up against a team like M80, I'm interested to see if it'll affect them, because I imagine M80 will be going for this sort of default meta pick that we typically see of that double initiator. Let's take a look at the agent selects, though, to verify that this is the direction we're headed in. Net and John Cutie both going to be on Killjoy. We've got Valen and Xander both going to be on Omen, Tex, and Kualanu both going to be on Jet, and that is where the similarities end and the differences begin. So the difference here is there's only one initiator for the guard because they're running double controllers. So both teams have an Omen, but the guard also has that Viper. Over on M80, they're running the double initiator. They've got Sova as their recon initiator, Breach as their flash initiator. The guard's running one initiator, and it's going to be Sky. Sky's good at doing both flash and recon, so that's why if you're only going to be running with one initiator, you'll typically pull out a Sky. Sometimes you'll see Fade as well. Both can be useful. in different situations. Typically, you won't see Breach if you only have one initiator because Breach has no recon intel, which is why if you see a Breach come out, it's likely going to be a double initiator setup. They're going to throw it over here to the casters, and then they'll throw it to the map. One thing that's interesting, of course, to think about is just, again, is this double controller comp that, it's off meta, that the guard has been trying to pull out here? Is M80 going to be the first team to shut them down and be like, yeah, that's not a comp that's going to work? Here's the thing, is if the guard still wants to run double controller going into America's Ascension, that's when we're really going to see if it's going to weigh on them. Because obviously here in North America Challengers, it kind of works because the guard's playing against a lot of teams that are not at their same level. So really any team comp that the guard runs, they would likely be able to win when we're talking about teams that are not playing at the same level as the guard. But is this going to be the map where M80 shuts them down and says off meta is not going to work? You gotta go with the meta comp when we move into Ascension. That's sort of what this map will say, is like trying to tell the guard, hey, this double controller doesn't work on every map. Fix it up so we can have an NA team that's actually gonna put something up in Ascension. We'll see how it goes though, as we do have the guard getting ready to push towards B. I will point it out, I'll go over it at the end of this series, which teams are also making it to Ascension. But we already know the Brazil teams, and I don't think we know the Latin America teams yet, although tomorrow we will know as the grand finals are happening for both of those. But anyways, let's get into this map. The guard starting on the offense. It's an offense-sided map, similarly to Lotus, though M80 did take away any of that offense-sidedness. The guard able, though, in this round, to find that early pick on the EU. Alarm bot goes off. Nismo able to take out Trent, so that does trade it off, but then Net trades off Nismo. Xander able to take out Tex, Valen takes out Xander, but John Cutie takes out Jonah. It's now going to be a 2v2, so no more player advantage for the guard. Valen's down to 30, Net's down to 80, so this is very winnable for M80 because of how low these players are. John Cutie takes out Valen. Net able to trade it off, but he's down to 20 HP. Koalanoob should be able to finish him off here. He just needs to hit him anywhere with that Sheriff, and he does. Net goes down, jumping through the window, and that's going to be it. M80 takes the first round of their defense. Again, offense-sided map. Now, Haven's not as offense-sided as Lotus, and it doesn't have that same sort of offense-sidedness, or the reason why it's offense-sided necessarily as Lotus. The main reason Lotus is offense-sided is because it's so easy for the offense to rotate and not easy for the defense. And although on Haven, because it's a 3-site map, it is not the easiest map for the defense to rotate on, it's not super easy for the offense to rotate either. So the reason it's offense-sidedness is because it's a slow rotate for the defense, and they have to watch 3 sites, and it's difficult, and there's a lot of entrances for the offense, but it's not super easy for the offense to rotate, which is why I wouldn't consider this like as offense-sided, or it doesn't show, the stats don't show it's as offense-sided as Lotus. We do have the guard able to push into B and actually just get that spike down. There's 2 lurking into A. Koalanoob takes out one of them, but I don't know if they expect a second. Trent not going to peek out. Koalanoob's ready, and he takes him out. Now it's going to be a 3v5. Now this is the eco round for the guard. Because the pistol round was won by M80, Tech's able to take out Nismo. Ooh. Tech's going to get shut down, though, by Koalanoob. Koalanoob's got 3 kills so far. 2v4 now for these guard players. For these guard players. Should I say these the guard, or just, I don't know. EU able to find a pick. Spike going to just be held by M80. Jonah can't defend that. It's going to be a 1v4. Nothing comes through. So M80 just takes the first 2 rounds. I mean, they won the pistol round. They should win the round after that. The question is, will they be able to carry the same momentum on this map that they carried on Lotus? That's the question that's going to be up to M80 to try and answer. See the guard going to be able to afford a buy here because they did just take an eco round. So it's going to be a half buy bonus round from M80. It's going to be a full buy from the guard. Traditional round structure, traditional eco structure. This time around, though, on Lotus, that 3rd round, I feel like M80 had a much better buy than they do here. They were able to just get more eco that they were able to force on that 2nd round. So I think this time around, M80 has a little bit of worse guns to work with here. So I think the guard should be able to take this one. Although it's not going to be easy. Looks like the guard just going to push up towards B again. This is the 3rd time they've tried to plant B. Though they are looking to take garage. Or at least deny garage control. And that is what they're looking at doing here, it seems. Looks like M80 going to be aware of the mid push. Guard's still not pushing anywhere, though. They're playing a little bit slow here. I want to figure out where they want to push. It looks like they're going to push down towards B again, but they do have 3 going in towards A lobby, so it looks like it will be an A push despite those 2 lurkers in mid. Although now, nope, Spike being passed off. I don't even know if the guard knows where they're going. Trent going to take that spike, and it is going to be a B push, but once again, similar to the previous round, it's going to be 2 lurking towards A. Although they do get spotted out early, so they are starting to back up here. And the guard's going to start this push into B. You can see M80 was ready for the A hit. They got 5 on A. Now they're aware it's a B push. Guard still hasn't gotten the spike down. M80 starting to entry. Net able to take out Koala Noob and Xander. Those coming in through A-Lang. Tex takes out John Cutie. Valen takes out EU. It's down to Nismo to try and do something. He takes out Tex. But it's a 1v4. Was a 1v5. A little bit easier now, but not super winnable. And Nat pushes into Nismo. Not the smartest decision, because if he'd lost that, it would have been more winnable for M80, but you also had so many players it didn't really matter, and Nat does get the pick. So the guard not going to allow M80 to take a flawless first half, or nearly flawless first half, at least to start it off. Or it doesn't appear it's going to go that way. For M80, this time on Haven, guard going to put up a little bit of a tougher battle here. M80 off of that bonus round, going to be able to force a buy here, although you do see John Cutie going to have to be on a Guardian. But for the most part, it will be a buy. Tex on a Blade Storm, so he won't be purchasing a gun here. Noob has that op, and we haven't really seen him find too much, although actually on Haven he was able to do a decent amount, I feel. Ooh, or on Lotus, I mean. John Cutie takes out Tex. So entry denied. Noob gets away as well. That was the one player on the guard who did not have a gun because the Blade Storm is being used and he goes down. So if there's a player to lose, it's that one, but you don't really want to lose him early because it means you're just going to have to play this round down a player. Not the best position for it. The guard. They're going to start rotating towards A. They do have Net lurking in C Cubby. EU going to be locking down A by himself. Spots the push, or not by himself, with the help of Xander. Xander able to take out Valen. Looking for more. EU takes out Trent. I don't think they're aware. Jonah, but Jonah's not aware of Xander, and it's down to Net in a 1v5. Try and do something to prevent the flawless buy round from M80, but at this point, it's not looking like it'll head that direction. I don't think he's even going to try and clutch out this round. I think at this point, just going to go to save his gun. Yeah, it's going to be in B from mid Cubby there. Looks like John Cutie might approach him, but yeah, at this point, they're going to recognize he's not on A. He's just going to go for a save. You see John Cutie running. Ooh, oh, Net whips. Alarm bot goes off. The guard... Yeah, M80 is not even going to let him think. They're just going to watch the spike. And now Net going to be able to save his gun. Most likely get away with his life. M80 not going to hunt him down. They don't have a whole lot of eco going into that round, or into this round, so they don't want to waste any econ momentum they could gain by taking the flawless round, which they do. Net able to keep his gun from the previous round as well. So M80 will get some econ early on in this half to start with. The guard able to pull together for a buy this round. They've got some decent eco to work with, but if they lose this, they may not be able to buy next round. Could weigh on them. The guard getting ready to push towards A. Go through A lobby, it looks like. M80 doing a little bit of early damage down A long and into A lobby. Started off. It looks like gonna be a little bit slow for the guard. Now they're showing the entry off that Skydog, although it does get destroyed. They don't really find very much, and it looks like they're just gonna back up. They didn't really find anything. Valen pushed up in short. Maybe he'll wouldn't find an easy pick before they leave. Looks like they're gonna go towards B, where they join Net, who is lurking towards Garage. Let's start this push. What? Wait, what was that? I've never seen that before. That Nanostorm just bounced off the floor and back out. It's not the biggest, alright. Car outside. It's not the biggest flaw in the plan, but it's not going to be a good position, so the guard's just going to take it towards A. Guard gonna push towards A. There's 3 there though for M80 and that operator on the core. Oh no! What? Kwanu misses. Trent happy to punish. EU. Oh, nearly able to find 2. He does get taken out. Jonah trades it off. So that's 3 players down for M80. Only 1 player down for the guard. Off of that op shot missing from Koala Noob. The guard able to take sight. Pivotal miss. Nismo going to take out Jonah. It's now going to be a 2v3 here for M80. We'll see what they can do.
We'll see what they opt into. Healthiest John Cutie finds his way onto the site. Good flash from the backside.
Ooh, John Cutie able to take out Tex, but Trent immediately trades it off. So it's down to Nismo with 16 HP to clutch a 1v2. And Trent just shuts him down. So the guard not going to allow any momentum, or not a whole lot of momentum, to be built up here by M80. 2 moves. Score going to be 3-2. Now M80 going to be moving forward here. 2 ults available for M80 from the Shadows and Hunter's Fury. Guard has a Viper's Pit available. Some ults pretty close for M80. Actually, all of the other ults 1 ult point away. So Rolling Thunder, Bladestorm, and Lockdown all 1 ult point away for M80. Guard has that Viper's Pit up. They're a few ult points away for, you know, they're decently close to some of their ults too. It's going to be a buy from both sides here. Whichever team loses this, not gonna be in a good spot. Although the guard can afford a buy if they lose this, I believe. So M80 gonna want to beat them out here, as they won't be able to afford a buy if they lose. Guard playing very slow, hoping to catch M80 pushing out. Which M80 looking to do in mid through garage, it looks like, and they may catch the guard, but it looks like the guard more prepared for them than anything. Although Xander's pushed out here next to stairs, the guard though just gonna back up. They're gonna go A. Nobody for M80 is on A, but that Viper wall goes up. And they do start pushing towards A. Yeah, they're gonna be able to get onto site for the guard, but M80 not far behind, getting ready for this retake. Viper's Pit comes out. Could be useful, but Hunter's Fury comes out. Doesn't matter as Tex takes out Koala Noob. Tex also takes out John Cutie, and the Hunter's Fury doesn't find anything. That does allow the guard to likely take this round, and M80 knows that, so they're just going to go to save. They don't have eco to buy next round if they lose this, so they're just going to save their guns. Should be able to pick up those 2 players who did die guns going into this next round, but not really the way M80 wants to do it. But again, we are on an offense-sided map, so M80 able to keep it even is not a bad start at all. 2 ults available for the guard, Viper's Pit, and the Seekers. Some of those ults still, for some of those ults 1 ult point away. Got Valen only 1 ult point away from the Shadows, and the Lockdown only 1 ult point away. You see the guard got Net wanting to maybe try and find a pick and get it up. I doubt M80 is going to be willing to let that happen. They're just locking down C site. The guard not going to hunt them down too hard here. I know they might lose it if they do. So they will just save their lives. So 3 ults available for M80. Only 1 ult point away from the Rolling Thunder for Nismo. M80 taking their first time out here. And yeah, they just want to be able to make sure they can keep it at least even in this half. You know, especially after the success they had on Lotus. For them, it must be a little bit of a disappointing start to not be finding that same sort of energy. But at the same time, I don't think they were expecting to be able to destroy the guard here this time around. It is an offense-sided map, but what M80 does need to work on is that previous round did look a little bit weak from them on that retake attempt. They didn't really play super cohesively as you'd want them to be able to play. That did allow the guard to pick them off pretty easily, so M80 did have to resort to the save. I think what M80 needs to do is, especially in that previous round, they played a little bit too, I'd say aggressively, because they were stacked up on B and in garage. And the guard was able to just, I mean, they didn't figure out necessarily that M80 wasn't on A, but they were just sort of allowed to push into A. So M80's response here is to place 3 for this aggressive push up in A long. Something you see very commonly to try and get some teams some early kills. But I don't know if that's necessarily going to come through here.
as well as their own lockdown is very nearby.
So the dart coming through. Okay. I mean, Trent able to take out EU. He gets past that dart. And, yeah, M80 not ready for him to be there, to say the very least. So that aggressive push up A long to challenge for that orb doesn't return anything. They do get the orb, so Nismo has his Rolling Thunder up. But they do lose a player, so it's not going to be easy now. And first B site, going to get that spike down. Lockdown comes out, but guard's not on B site. They're playing from mid. From the shadows comes out from Valen to see if anybody's on A. Create a little bit of paranoia there for M80, not really knowing where the guard is going to come from. Rolling Thunder now comes out. M80 going to start entering into mid. Tex locks it down, though. Takes out Kualanoob, Nismo, and Xander. Kualanoob only able to find one. It's down to John Cutie to try and find something. He's not going to be able to. And this round will go to the guard. And it's looking like this offense for the guard going to go much better on Haven than it did for them on Lotus. I need to see M80 get one, most likely 2 more rounds if I'm going to have confidence that they can come back on their offense, especially with how strong the guard is looking right now. So I'd want to see the guard with at least 5 rounds. 4 is okay, but I would not like that situation. I still wouldn't necessarily, at that point, maybe they can take it to overtime, but I don't think they'd be able to win in the next half. 5 is like, that's the position where I'm saying it's winnable for them in the next half. 4 is like, they can maybe take it to overtime, but I'm not super confident in that. So at least 1 more round, but preferably 2 more rounds if M80 is going to be able to come back in the next half. The guard doesn't have a substantial lead yet, so it's not, you know, it's not over. Okay. I mean, Kualanoob saw him. This is just sort of that I don't know, maybe M80's losing their mental a little bit here because the guard's been having so much success in these past few rounds. I'm not sure. Oh, Nismo able to trade it off, though. Good. Oh, pushed up EU. He gets taken out, so trade pick comes through there. So that does leave the guard with the player advantage. Xander from the shadows over towards A to lock it down, but the guard's rotating off. They're going to go towards C through garage. And guess what? There's nothing, no util, and nobody on C. So the guard's just going to be allowed onto site. A really nice rotate there. And John Cutie pushes right into Valen. It's not going to be a 2v4 for M80. And I believe these players just going to save because they did not go into this round with very much eco. And they did buy an operator, so Nismo just going to try and save it. Yet another save round for M80 and will allow the guard to take the 2-round lead now. Starting to look like M80 is losing themselves in these rounds. They were able to take those 3 rounds because of that early pistol round very early on to give them a little bit of momentum early in the half. But since then, they haven't really had very much success. Now that the eco has been pretty equal where it's been buys from both sides, M80 just hasn't really found anything. And it shows. Definitely shows that they're not able to pull through on these rounds. They're going to have to move into an eco, although there will be a phantom and an operator in play for M80. Lockdown available for the guard, as well as a blade storm. We will see how this goes. M80 has no ults to use, and again, this will be like, I guess I'll call it a half buy because they came into this with 2 good guns. But for the most part, it is an eco, and they're not going to have very, very good guns to put up a fight with. See that push out in A long, looking for something. It's not going to find anything, though. The guard is pushing through mid, trying to go through garage into C. And M80's pushed up down C and into C cubby, so the guard not going to face very much pushback if they decide to go into C, but it looks like they're going to play a little bit slower here. We've got 2 pushing in through garage window, getting ready to swing this. They may catch Nismo off guard. John Cutie going to take out Tex. That was after that paranoia. Jonah able to take out Nismo, but John trades it off. It's not going to be a 4v3 player advantage for M80. John might get taken out here, though, and he does. Valen going to take him out, so it's going to be evened out in a 3v3. Okay. I mean, what is with M80 or Kualanoob right now? I mean, he was on a roll on Lotus. You just can't find anything on Haven. You're going to take out Net, though, so it's going to be 3v2. Spike's gone down on B, surprisingly. Gun's been picked up. Trent going to take out Koalanub. It's now going to be a 2v2 here. Spike gets tapped. Trent has to peek it. Xander able to take him out, but Fallon takes out Xander. EU able to trade it off, but there's no time. Going to be able to pick up the gun. The eco round for M80 does convert to a win for the guard, and they do kill all of the guard's players. So that does a little bit of damage to the guard, but you look at their eco, I mean, they're maxed out coming into this round. Not going to impact them too badly. Now M80 is going to move into a full buy off of that eco. Guard's going to be moving into a full buy themselves as well. Bladestorm available for Tex. Should... I mean, this is sort of like the last chance for M80 to try and deny the lead for the guard. The guard's gotten to this 6th round. It's impossible for M80 to take the lead going to the next half, but it's not impossible for M80 to try and at least tie it up. They're going to need a pretty hefty win streak. And if Koalanub continues to struggle with this op, it may be hard for them to build up that win streak. Ooh! That's the Koalanub we wanted to see, winning the op 1v1s. Now going to be a 5v4, and M80 going to start this round up a player. This is what they were able to do on Lotus, was finding those early picks. Net pushes into B. Trent, though, picks up the op and is able to take out Koalanub. So remove that player advantage, but John Cutie able to take out Valen in Garage. They're aware that there might be one on B. Jonah going to take out Nismos. It's going to be a 3v3. Trent able to take out Xander, but EO takes out Net over in a Link. That does make this a 2v2. None of that more, no more of that chaotic play inside of that offense spawn. Now the guard going to get pushed, or sorry, not going to get pushed, but going to start pushing towards Garage. And getting ready to move towards C. See Jonah pushed up here. EU able to take out Trent. Sovidart comes through. Spike going out. Was in a 1v2. Hunter's Fury available for EU. At this point, may not be winnable for Jonah. He does have the spike, though. It looks like he's going to take it B. This is winnable. It's just going to be difficult against those two players. You may be questioning John Cutie's decision to pick up the op, but honestly, he did decently with the op previous round. Oh, and that's it. Yep, you're just going to be able to take him out. Jonah has to stick the plant, and he can't. It looks like this will be a pretty decent early lead here. Or not early lead, but an early start to what needs to be a total of 3 rounds if M80 wants to tie it up going into the next half. They've gotten this 4th round, which I did say was the minimum. I want to see that 5th round if I have confidence M80 can take this map. And remember, Haven is picked by M80, so if there's a team that should take this map, it is M80, but so far these teams have been trading their opponent's map picks. It's aggressive play, allows Nismo to get a pick. He does get traded off by Tex. EU is out as well, but he gets away, so although it looked like maybe Guard was going to be able to take the lead, will be kept an even 4v4 here in this round. EU now pushing down C. Along with the help of Xander, they may be able to find something, but Jonah's watching it. Ooh, and although Jonah gets a pick, he does go down. Good choice to send 2 down C, because they're able to get traded here. Ooh, Xander's able to take out Tex before he goes down, so picks keep being traded. This is what we want to see from M80, denying the guard from gaining the early player advantage in these rounds. Now M80 going to be playing retake. Oh, you see it, John Cutie going to be flanking Trent. Trent is in Garage. Oh, we saw Trent. I mean, he was ready for the possibility, but not quite there. Valen going to get into C. Cubby. Aware that there might be a flank. There isn't a flank, though. And Koalanub able to take out Valen. This round will go to M80, and they're able to get that 5th round. I said I needed to see that 5th round, and they're there. And honestly, if they can continue this win streak, if they can win this last round of the half, they can tie it up going into the next half, which is an even better position to be in, because it means that although it's an offense-sided map, the guard wasn't able to find the lead on their offense. This is so good for M80 if they can tie it up. That could be a really good best place for M80 to be if they want to take the lead going into the next half. Or sorry, not the lead, but if they want to be able to take this map in the next half without it going to OT. Because if it's 5-7, it's very possible it just goes to overtime. But if it's tied up, it's much more probable M80 will be able to take the lead. Koala Noob, that's the Koala Noob we want to see. Immediately shutting down Tex. And an off ankle as he dashes above that A lobby little hut. Able to find that pick. So it's now 5v4. Koala Noob able to take out Trent as well. 2 push-ups short, 1 going down long. CM80 actually expecting the guard to rotate. Guard hasn't, though. They're just staying stagnant here. You see M80 spreading out, but there is an open smoke in heaven, which may give M80 a little bit of a hint. Now they hear that dog coming through, so they're going to know it's still an A commit. Spike gets dropped. Rolling Thunder available for Nismo, and there you go. It comes out. It doesn't stop the plant. It will help with his retake. Koala Noob takes out Valen. Ooh, Flash. Koala Noob concussed and Flash. Net takes out EU. Koala Noob able to take out Jonah, and as John Cutie takes out Net. I mean, we were talking about, or I was thinking about, I don't know if I talked about it a whole lot, but Koala Noob was having a little bit of a struggle to start off this half. I usually don't like to point out when a player is struggling, which is why I didn't mention it very much. But he was whiffing a few of those op shots, as you saw, but this round he really said he's still in this. Came back, and now he's at top of his leaderboard for his team. Still, we're seeing the guard with very consistent kills, but they're not consistently high kills, which is weighing on them. You see M80 a little bit more spread out than maybe you'd like to see from a consistent team, but it is enough to take it going into the next half, tied 6-6, and now M80's on the offense of, you know, sure, it's not as offense-sided as Lotus, but it is still an offense-sided map, so they should, in theory, be able to win this map if everything goes the way it should on paper. But on paper is not always how it works out. Just like the guard should have been able to take the lead going into this half on their offense. The same may be true. Maybe the guard can take it to OT, but it all starts with this pistol round. Whoever can take it is going to take this early lead in this half. Could be more beneficial for the defense to take it, because it means that they'll have a little bit of an edge to at least trying to keep it even. And think about it, M80 got the pistol round, and they were able to keep it even. Valen able to take out Koala Noob. Koala Noob trying to enter into B is denied. You can see how ready the guard was for that. The guard very heavy in this C link. You got net and garage window. M80's trying to push towards C. They're actually backing out now. There's still a minute in this round. They can take their business elsewhere if they want to. It looks like they're going to rotate towards A. A good choice because the guard is very heavy in that C garage, C link presence. So going towards A would be very, very useful for them. So they're only going to encounter Tex. Reminder, M80 is playing this round down a player. So going where the guard isn't means they won't get overwhelmed being down a player. Oh, but Tex able to shut it down, taking out Nismo. Early vision, especially since that spike went down. So now the guard knows it's an A push. Spike going to go down on A. It's going to get planted. Guard getting ready here. Push through. There comes through. Paranoia comes through. They're swinging off of it. John Cutie going to take out Net. And Xander takes that balance. That evens it out. What is happening here? Jonah P going to take out EU. Xander able to take out Tex for a trade pick. So it's a 2v2. Oh, but the guard wins it. Xander able to find 2, but Trent and Jonah each find a pick of their own. And this round, although it's a hard-fought round, does go to the guard. And like I said, one of the key reasons that M80 was able to keep it even was because they found some early momentum on their defense, right? They were able to find that pistol round, so they were able to keep it even. So the guard getting this pistol round could allow them to do a similar sort of thing. Look at M80. They're going to be on this eco, although maybe they're forcing, actually. It looks like M80... Yeah, M80's going to force. They want to deny the guard any early info. But this could be bad for M80, because if the guard... early lead. If the guard does take this round, it'll put them with some really good momentum to work with. Possibly even take the map in this half. So M80 needs to win this. If they lose this, they will be in a really, really bad spot. M80 able to take aggressive B site control, and they're pushed into A link a little bit. They need to find these picks though. They haven't found any on this entry, and although they have spiked down, which gives them a little bit of a lead, doesn't do a whole lot here. Paranoia comes through, but counter Paranoia comes from M80. Just aggression in A link, not really going to go well for one team over the other. Trent able to take out Koala Noob. Does get taken out. Xander finds 2. Valen takes out Xander. Nismo takes out Tex. Jonah takes out Nismo. It's traded. 2v2. Pistol comes out. Valen able to take out EU. It's down to John Cutie to clutch out the 1v2. He takes out 1. Looking for the second. Spike gets tapped. It's being held. It's being held. Oh, he shuts it down. John Cutie able to barely win it. So M80 needed to win this round, and they did. It pays off. And although all of their players died, they're able to take the win. So they can force a buy here and be pretty confident they'll have better guns than what M80, or sorry, than what the guard will be able to pick up. Nearly didn't go that way though for M80. It doesn't instill a whole lot of confidence, but it did. And that's what matters. They're able to deny the guard getting early momentum here. Gonna be able to force a buy for M80, so they're gonna have some decent guns here. It's gonna be an eco for the guard. So you do see the guard stacking on B because they are on an eco. You need to play a little bit weirdly on your ecos. M80 is pushing towards A, so the guard pushing through mid. Not gonna really encounter a whole lot. They will find John Cutie. Oh, John Cutie's gonna find so much here. He finds 2. Isn't able to transfer over to Tex, and Tex has found 2 picks, so it's going to be kept even, 3v3. That flank through that smoke could have definitely found some good info. Oh, but Quality catches Tex off guard, looking to take out Net as well, and he does. It's down to Trent in a 1v3. Try and do some additional damage here. Maybe kill the majority of M80's players, because this next round will be a bonus round from M80. Trent trying to make it a little bit difficult, but Xander going to take Trent out. So this round does go to M80. So although we've been through 3 rounds in this half, this next round will be a bonus round from M80. It's going to be a buy from the guard. It's been a slow start to this half for sure because of the weird way that this round structure has gone. But it does start off with the early lead for M80. We do see the guard going to be forcing a buy, not forcing a buy, but on a buy after that eco. And again, M80 going to be on a little bit of a bonus. They do have 3 other players with guns. John Cutie's been able to get a gun picked up here. So there are some decent guns for M80 to work with in this round. So they could potentially take it, even though they do have a little bit of that disadvantage. And if they do lose this, they will be able to buy next round because this is mostly a bonus for them. With the exclusion of John Cutie. So the guard needs this round a little bit more than M80 does for their econ. And also, if the guard takes it, they'll be able to even it out. Trent able to take out Koala Noob. You in that cubby as well. Doesn't get hit by that molly, so he'll be okay there. Snakebite not going to do any damage. He doesn't get flushed out. Smoke goes out to help him get away. Tex, though, in A long, able to take out John Cutie. So M80 going to have to play this down to 2 players. I almost said 3 players. No, they've got 3 players remaining. Trent on B site, along with the help of Ned, looking to do something. Concussion coming through. It's going to hit Trent. Trent gets taken out, but they're not expecting Net. Although Net's paranoid, he does get 2. You able to trade it off, but guess what? You're down 2 players, and you still are, even if those kills are traded off. You're still going to be down 2 players. Now a 1v3 for EU. He has the spike. He's able to take it C. The spike will get to go down. Valen in garage. These fights could be isolated. You can clutch this. It's not unwinnable, but he needs to beat Valen here, and then he needs to isolate the other 2. Oh, he spots Valen, but doesn't win that fight. He's able to take out Tex. He's down to 1 HP, though. I mean, yeah, no, not anything else going to be done there. Valen shuts him down. So the guard does take this round. Now, this was their buy, and it was a bonus from M80. And although M80 killed 3 out of the 5 of the guard's players, which is, you know, a decent place to be, there will still be, there should be enough econ for the guard to be able to get a buy going into this next round. Bonus round from M80 doesn't go their way. but they will still be able to buy this next round. And they didn't all have good guns going into that round, so, you know, they weren't necessarily... I mean, they had good guns to try and win, but they're able to afford a buy, with the exclusion of John Cutie, who did not take bonus in the previous round. 3-0s available for M80. Lockdown from the Shadows and a Hunter's Fury. Guard has Blade Storm, and from the Shadows, you see Tex using that Blade Storm, pushing up, down A, and M80 getting ready to push into C. Net in garage window. He knows that that lockdown is there. He's probably going to be looking to destroy it. M80 is sort of guarding it here, although I don't think they anticipate the player to be there. Oh, yeah, he gets caught. Not able to destroy it, so he does get taken out, and he doesn't find anything before he goes down. So net goes down. It's now going to be a 5v4. M80 has the spike down on C as well. Smoking CT about to drop. Will deny some cover there for those players. Oh, good timing on the paranoia. Qualinoob able to take out Jonah. Trent takes out Xander. Qualinoob going to take out Tex. Oh, but Trent takes out Qualinoob as Valen takes out John Cutie, so it's a 2v2 here. Health is low for these guard players, but... Oh, 5 health for Trent. Hunter's Fury comes out. Hunter's Fury comes out from EU. He's able to take out Trent. He has to stick it, and he gets sprayed at through the smoke. And, yeah, the guard loses that. So that was I believe that was the first buy from both sides. Despite it, you know, we've been through quite a few of these rounds. This is the first full buy from both sides, and it does go to M80. So it's looking like this offense will go their way. And that does put the guard with some low eco. So they may have to take a half buy. Yeah, they will be on a half buy going into this round. So M80 should be able to take this round. And we could be looking at M80 taking this map, which could put them up 2-1 in the series. At the very least, this is the first best of 5. I guess there's only been one other best of 5, but this is the first best of 5 that doesn't go 3-0 in North American Challengers. I guess, no, the midseason face-off went 3-1 in the best of 5 for the grand finals. There was no lower finals best of 5. But, yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. Blitzdorm available for Qualinoob. Rolling Thunder available for Nismo. Viper's Bit available for Trent, and From the Shadows available for Valen. Ooh, Jonah gets taken out by John Cutie. He's trying to go for the flank. Qualinoob going to start entering. He gets flashed, but he's still able to take out Tex, and he's able to take out Trent. Net going to take out with Xander. Nismo takes out Net. Valen able to take out Qualinoob, but the player advantage too much to deal with, and EU finishes it off. M80 takes their 10th round now. Score going to be 10-8. The guard going to be back on a bye. They need to find this round. If the guard does not get this round, it's not going to be looking good. They likely won't be able to buy next round off of a loss. And on top of that, it will mean M80, assuming the guard will have to take an eco next round, it will mean M80 should be able to get to the 12th round. So the guard really needs this round. 3 ults available for the guard this round. Lockdown from the Shadows and Viper's Pit to try and secure this. Viper's Pit, difficult to use on this map. That's why we don't see Viper very often on this map. But because the guard's running double controller, they do pull out the Viper. And again, difficult to use on this map. You see the guard actually pushing up aggressively in a long. It's difficult to use on the defense, I should say. On your offense, you know, as long as you get the spike down, you can use that Viper's Pit. But on the defense, it's difficult to... There's not really a whole lot of good places to use it versus some other maps. Like Lotus, for example, there's quite a few places you can use a Viper's Pit, and it'll be useful. But because of the amount of entrances into A or C site, it's difficult to use here. Ooh, defensive lockdown comes out. It's not used in garage window. It's used in C link. So if you were able to, say, get Nismo into garage window, he could have possibly destroyed it. But, you know, they weren't going to challenge for it. They just decided to go A. It's down to Trent and Jonah on site. And now this Viper's Pit comes out reflexively. They know the push is coming through. You see M80 still going to challenge through this. Trent going to take out Xander. Trent also takes out Nismo. But Qualinoob able to take out Jonah. And EU Shock Dart takes out Trent. Valen able to take out Qualinoob and John Cutie, though. EU able to trade off Valen, but it's a 1v2 to play through. Ooh. Op shot nearly hits him. Could have been a nice wallbang there. this op. Not going to be easy. Both of these players in CT. Oh, they jump out. Tex with the classic, able to take out EU. That jump peek works out well, and the guard does win the round. This was a round that they needed if they wanted to keep themselves alive in this map. It's not going to hurt the eco from M80 too badly. M80 will still be able to buy, but it does give the guard a little bit of entry back into this map. Because again, if they'd lost that, they would have had to take an eco, and M80 would have been able to gain some more grounds and probably gotten to the 12th round. So the guard able to get this round really puts them in this game still. If they can carry that momentum through, they can tie it up. And then they can try and take the map themselves. Or at the very least, keep it even to go to OT. I don't think either of these teams want to go there. Best of fives are already very draining, and you need a lot of stamina. So if there are a lot of overtimes, it makes it even more difficult. There still haven't been any yet in this series, but you know, this best of five not going to end on this map. So neither of these teams really want to wear themselves out here with an OT, but at this point, the guard being on this defense, that may be their best bet, especially since they went into this half not with the lead. Seeker's available for Jonah. M80's able to get on site, though, and the spike does go down. So the Seekers do come out, along with the Skydog. Try and do something here. Xander able to take out Net. Valen takes out Xander, and Trent takes out Koala Noob. It's now going to be 3v4. Ooh, Valen takes out Nismo. John Cutie able to take out Tags. It's a little bit chaotic here, but they do hunt them down. POV of Valen looking a little bit chaotic, but Jonah able to get those final 2 kills. 3 players left alive for the guard, makes this a really solid round for them to win, and they keep themselves in it, and they tie it up. Removing only 4 rounds left in this half, although, of course, it could end before that. But 4 rounds is the minimum amount, or sorry, the maximum amount left in this half. M80 taking their final timeout. The guard has yet to use either of their timeouts. They've been able to keep it even without using their timeouts. They honestly may be happy that M80 is taking this time out here because the guard can talk amongst themselves to figure it out as well. Use this timeout for a little bit of a breather for them as well. For M80, they're just going to figure out, all right, the guard just won 2. How do we deny that? And I think the main issue that they've been having is they haven't been able to find early picks on these entries. Typically, in those first few rounds, they were able to enter. First of all, the first few rounds were a lot of like eco disadvantages for some teams, advantages for other teams. It was really strange. But one thing that the M80 was able to do was find some early picks, and they're able to play off of that. In these rounds, they haven't really been able to find that, but they still push into these sites, and of course the guard is able to find the picks of their own. So M80 not really been playing a very solid post plant. They've been playing, at least in that previous round where they were on C, they weren't really playing very far into back site, and you know, you don't really want to send 1 player in back site because typically they get picked off, but you can send 2 back there, and they may have been able to find a positional advantage. They weren't able to do so. So we'll see if they can switch it up here, if that's what they were going to figure out, is how to play those post plants a little bit better. Because they have been able to get these spikes down. It's just every single time they get... Look at this. The 4 rounds they've won in this half have not been because they got the spike down. It's because they killed all of the guard's players. The rounds that they've won... Or sorry, the rounds that they've lost has been the defusal from the guard. Now, the spikes have gone down in some of those rounds that they've won. It's just that it wasn't the spike going off that allowed them to win, right? Qualanoob able to take out Tex. It's now going to be a 5v4 for M80. That's an early pick that they're going to play off. If they aggress into C... Alright, Valen taken out there, caught in his TP. It's now going to be a 5v3. Trent able to spray through the smoke and take out Koala Noob. Does allow a little bit here. There's a flank coming through from Jonah. Ooh, EU locking down Garage. They keep it there. Xander able to lock down that flank and take out Jonah. Although he gets low, doesn't matter a whole lot because now that's 4 players up that the guard has. Or sorry, that M80 has. The guard only has Trent. So Trent just going to pick up an op, save it. And M80 going to deny any further momentum for the guard. Although the guard's got some econ stability built up here, so they're going to be able to afford to buy this next round. Continue to try and keep it even. This is a good round for M80 to get, though. Not only is it off of that timeout, and it shows that timeout was used effectively, it was also, their econ wasn't looking great. So they did need this for their econ as well. and they do get it. So it's a good round for M80 to not just allow the guard to take this map. And it's going to clearly be kept very close here for the rest of this. The guard now taking their timeout. They've got 2 to use. They've yet to use any of them. May as well use them here. You lose that round. All right, we were on a 2-round win streak. Then we lost a round. How do we switch? How do we switch it up? So we will see how they do decide to switch it up. We do have the guard 16, 16, 16, and 10. So you can see their kill consistency is a very big factor. One thing they've been struggling to do is find, you know, a lot of those kills. Because even if, again, you can have the best kill consistency in the world, if all of those players are only at 1 kill, it won't make much of a difference. So the guard has been able to get some good kill consistency, and honestly, it's pretty high for them. But it's those bottom 2 players that aren't able to keep it together. It's because it's not like their top 3 are each getting 20 kills, right? It's they're enough to keep it even with the core middle 3 from M80. But it's those bottom 2 for the guard that need to pick it up a little bit in order to pull the team through. I want to point out, neither of those bottom 2 players are the IGL. The guard's IGL is Valen, and he's typically a very high performer for the guard despite being IGL, which is why you do have to sort of focus on those bottom 2. All right, you guys don't have any excuses. Jonah does have 7 assists, so he's helping out a little bit there, but Net doesn't have that. Sure, he's on a Sentinel role, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot, but not being able to lock down your site will really wear on you. And now M80 pushing into A site. Looks like they're going to get ready to move down A long. 2 ults available for M80, Hunter's Fury, and from the shadows. Qualinum takes out Net. They entry onto the site. Jonah gets away, but he's spotted. And he does get flashed and taken out. Qualinum takes out Jonah. Valen able to trade it off, but it is up a player for M80. Valen gets pushed back with the Nano Swarm, and takes a decent amount of damage as well. Question for the guard is, how do you play this? Tex gets spotted on the flank. He's got an operator. He gets caught out by John Cutie. It's now going to be a 2v4 for these guard players. And at this point, you probably just go to save, because their eco is not great, and they want to be able to buy next round, because M80 is looking like they'll win this round, and they'll be on their 12th round. So the guard will need to win 2 in a row to take it to overtime to try and stay in this map. M80 in a very good spot here to try and take a win here. They're going to be able to take... They're going to be able to take this 12th round. They should be able to... Or sorry, they should be able to take this 12th round. Yeah, they're going to be taking it here, which means they're only 1 round away from a win. Guard now going to have to push 2. So M80, not only are they 1 round away from a win, it's impossible for the guard to win in this half. So as we move into what could be the last round of this half, there's only 2 potential rounds left. The guard needs to push here. They don't have a whole lot of econ to work with, so they're going to be at low guns. They need to play this defense well. They might want to take a timeout here. I'm not going to lie. And they do. They've got 2 to work with. They already used 1 literally the round before this, but it didn't work out. So they need to figure out, all right, how do we work through this? How do we work through that aggressive nature? The change in pace from M80 to just aggressively pushing to A. And it worked out for them this time. It's like, how does the guard counterplay that? They've got 3, or sorry, not 3 ult. They've got those 3 top players still. Saw Valen a little bit higher now, but it is very evident that the guard is struggling to find some use for those bottom 2 players, because Net was left to lock down A site along with Jonah. And guess what? Those were the 2 underperformers from the guard, and they both get taken out early, and it allows the guard to get onto A effectively. And so it's down to, how do you get those top 3 players to play in a way that supports the rest of the team? And not having a breach is definitely weighing on the guard a little bit here. They're not able to use that util effectively, or they don't have that util, right? So they're having to rely on this double controller util. And unlike what some teams do when they're running double controller, where you place, you place 1 controller on one side of the map and 1 controller on the other side, that's not really what the guard's been doing. They've been placing 2 on C site. And when both of your controllers are the 2 highest performers as well, it means you're putting those 2 highest performers on the other side of the map. Ooh, Tex pulls out the Bladestorm to start off the map, and he takes out Kuala-Nu. Really nice start there. You get rid of that entry duelist, and now these players for the guard can defend this C site. Getting ready. You see Tex getting ready to do some damage. From Net actually able to spray John Cutie through the smoke. That spike down, and Net takes out Nismo as well. I mean, what is that timing? And so that smoke comes through and doesn't allow them to pick anything up. Xander doesn't have another smoke to use, but lucky for him, nobody's watching C, but it looks like M80 going to start pushing up here. I mean, if I'm M80, I don't go C, if I'm honest, but it looks like the guard's ready for them to not go C, so maybe a good choice here, although A is more open. Not a whole lot of time to work with at this point, though, so even if they rotate over to A, there's not a whole lot of time for them to clear the site with, and they want to be able to have some time to work with, so they're just going to keep going to C because they're already here. Paranoia comes through, they start the sentry. Xander gets on top of this middle box. No entry comes through. Spike is on EU, so he's going to start planting. Xander's up in an off angle. He only gets one, though. It's down to EU to clutch a 1v4, and he can't, so the guard keeps themselves in this map. Off of that timeout, they play it well. They find those early picks, and they absolutely come through with some use. And it's now down to the guard. Can they win one more round to take it to overtime to try and take this map? Can they come through on this map? It is the map pick from M80. And it's looking like M80 is feeling comfortable on it. M80 doesn't have a timeout to use to try and secure this final round, so it's just going to be, I mean, we do look at M80. They've got 3 ults to use. They've got a Hunter's Fury, they got a Lockdown, they got a Bladestorm from the Shadows available for Valen, but it's an offense-sided map. M80's on the offense. It's very possible they shut it down, and the final score will be 13-11 here without an overtime. Valen gets hunted down. Xander takes out Valen. Koala Noob takes out Tex. Wait, what is Trent? Trent, oh, he was doing some trigger discipline. I was like, what is he doing? Doing some trigger discipline. Doesn't come through with anything, though. He does find the pick. Trent takes out EU. Net takes out John Cutie. It's now 1v2 for Nismo. Trent is low. Oh, he mows him down. What on earth? He lines them up. They line up for him. And M80 shuts it down. 13-11 is the final score. And M80 does take this map. Map 3 goes to M80. They're now up 2-1. Now, my initial prediction coming into the grand finals was that M80 would take it 13, or sorry, not 13-11. Would take the series 3-1. All right. And now they're up 2-1. So my prediction may come true, but that was their map pick. Haven was a map pick from M80, and it's one of their best maps. Clearly, we just saw Lotus might be their best map. But that doesn't change the fact that Haven is still one of their better maps. And although the guard put up a good fight, it was not unexpected that they would take it. The next map is going to be Split. This is a little bit of an interesting map because we haven't seen M80 on Split, I think, at all. We probably saw them on it in Split 2. I probably just don't remember. We saw them on Split in Split 2. I don't think we've seen them on it in playoffs. So it's been a minute. And we've seen the guard on it more recently. And they're decent on the map. It's not their best map necessarily, but they are good enough on it. They played against G2 on it, and since then they've tried to improve on it. They pick it here, but it's also like they're left with 2 maps, and they can either pick Split or Pearl, and Pearl is one of the best maps for M80, so I don't think the guard was going to pick Pearl, right? So Split is sort of like the lesser of the 2 evils for the guard, and we'll see what kind of fight M80 can put up here. I thought there would maybe be some in-between maps. You know, sometimes they do like highlights or whatever, player interviews. Looks like I'm just waiting for them to put in Haven, but I think one of the main things the guard struggled with, although they're able to keep it even, the main issue they struggled with on their defense was finding those early picks, because that's sort of what you need to do to get rid of that offensive advantage. It's what we saw M80 do a lot on Lotus, was finding those early picks. The guard was not able to do it on their defense. M80 was able to keep it even on their defense, which is what really helped them when it switched the offense. And although it's kept close, and M80 only takes 7 rounds on their offense, that's all you need when you go into the second half with 6 rounds, is those 7 rounds. Almost goes to overtime, but it's just that at the end of the day, that offense-sidedness did come into play. Honestly, the guard, they fumbled that. That last round should have gone to them, if I'm honest. Yeah, they had... I mean, you know, they had the lead. One thing we can talk about while we're waiting in between these maps is we can bring up the rest of the America's Ascension teams. So let's go ahead and take a look. It actually looks like we have the rest of the teams that are going to be in Ascension. Of course, we have M80 in the guard for North America. I already talked about the Union and Double O Nation earlier, but or 0000. I don't know how to say it, but these are their two teams from Brazil. The Union is on a very hot streak in the Brazil Challengers. Obviously, the Brazil Challengers are done. They already finished. They finished 6 days ago. But yeah, you can see the Union was pretty much dominating in playoffs in the regular season of Split 2. Also, a pretty dominant performance. You can see the score here, 7-0. So yeah, you can tell the Union knew what they were doing. So that's probably the team you got to look out for. That M80 and the guard will have to be afraid of. We're talking about OO Nation. It's not the same story. They struggled a little bit. They had a little bit of a rocky start. They obviously made a decent playoffs run, but in the regular season of Split 2, it wasn't the best. Their record was 4-3. They weren't even the second seed. They were the third seed, right? So they had to start back here in upper round 1, right? And although they made it through enough of a lower bracket run or an upper bracket one to just make it to the lower final where they were able to beat Odik, you know, they're not as strong as the Union, right? So it's looking like the Union will be that team you have to look out for. Similarly to how M80 has pretty much been dominating North American challengers, it's like that for the Union, right? This is the team that's been dominating, and then the guard had to make it a lower bracket run to make it to Ascension. OO Nation had to sort of come in a little bit of an underdog. So let's go and take a look at the South and North teams, because I have not taken a look at these teams, or I haven't talked about these teams. So you can see it already says 9Z teams qualified, because I think they're going based off of circuit points rather than actual like playoff score, if I'm correct. Because they do have circuit points. These circuit points don't matter in Ascension, so I think because of the circuit points that 9Z team's been able to rack up. Am I watching it Tokyo? Unfortunately, I'm going to be on a trip. I would love to be here, but I will be on a trip, so I won't be here for Tokyo. I'll be here for Ascension, of course, and then I'll be covering, or I'll try to cover Champions as well, because that'll be fun. But yeah, I won't be able to cover Masters, unfortunately. But take a look here at these Latin American teams. And yeah, I think they're going off of circuit points, which is why they're already saying 9Z team qualified. Fusion's already won theirs. They wanted to obviously do North and South at different times, even though they are two separate challengers. You know, a lot of the same people are going to be watching both, so they did separate that. So we already know that Fusion won. You can see it wasn't as dominant. You go to the regular phase, and their Split 2 and Split 1 are like two separate things on VLR for whatever reason. So this is only their Split 2, but you can see they were pretty dominant. And both the North American, or sorry, not North American, the Latin America North and the Latin America South only get to present one team each. So it's still two teams from Latin America and two teams from Brazil, but it's two separate challengers, right? So that's something to point out. But yeah, you can see that Fusion had a dominant run. They did lose a map here, but it is pretty decent. So yeah, I think this will be a team that is going to be difficult to face off against. It's not going to be an easy team to beat. I think because there's just less teams in this Challengers, I'd be more afraid of the Union because they had to face off against more teams to get to where they are. But yeah, you can look at 9Z team, and it's actually not a dominant story necessarily. You look 4-1, they didn't have a flawless record. It's a little bit weaker than say Fusion, right? So then we come in here, and again, I believe because of circuit points, they're already qualified, although I think there's a chance if they don't win. I don't know how their circuit points work. I haven't been keeping completely up to date, but the fact that they're already saying that 9Z team qualified makes me think that it's because of circuit points, and they do have circuit points to determine everything. Obviously, we had circuit points, but it was only to see if you made it to playoffs, not, you know, if you have enough circuit points, you qualify, right? Like that's not how we did it, but just because of the, you know, format of Latin America South and Latin America North, I guess that's the way they did it. And I'm guessing, of course, I don't know that for sure, but why else would they have circuit points in the playoffs? So I think 9Z team already qualified, but it is important to note they had to go to the lower final. They got knocked out of the upper final by All Knights. Then they had to go to the lower final. Then they're coming into the grand final. And obviously I'll be keeping up with this to see who wins that because it will be interesting. But I do think 9Z team's qualifying. Maybe there's a chance it's not them if they lose the grand final. But I do think it's them. Like, I don't know why else they'd put it there, right? But yeah, anyways, stuff to think about. So yeah. Also, in case you do want to hear me doing more casting, I will be casting a tournament tomorrow, not on my stream, but over. It's called Conniving Tournaments. They're a little bit of a smaller tournament organizer, but I'll be casting. They're doing an anniversary tournament. I don't have it pulled up here, but they're doing an anniversary tournament because they've been around for 1 year. I casted their first open qualifiers. They're doing another one tomorrow, so you can head over to that Twitch if you want to catch me there. Beyond that, I don't have any other like official events that I'm being a caster for as of right now. I imagine there'll be more opportunities as the summer moves forward, but yeah, for now, you can catch me there tomorrow, and then I'll be here for Ascension. I might do some watch parties. I'll be here for the beginning of Masters Tokyo. Like I'll be able to stream, so I might do some watch parties because I can't cover the whole event because I'll be leaving like after the first few matches. So yeah, just stuff to think about. But yeah, let's go ahead and get ready to talk about Split. I think the main issue with Split for both of these teams is neither of these teams really want to play on Split. Obviously, M80 gets to ban both of the maps, and they don't want to show their bind. Again, I feel like they have a really solid bind, and they're just hiding it because they want to pull it out during Ascension, because that's when you sort of need to bring yourself full force. But yeah, so M80's hidden bind, they're still banning it here because they have the opportunity to do so. They get both of the bans because they didn't have to go to the lower bracket. They get to pick both of the bans here, and they also ban Ascent because it's one of the more solid maps from the guard, and I guess M80 doesn't feel as confident with their Ascent. What I'm surprised about is Pearl ends up being the decider, and I think it's because M80 was more confident on their Fracture. And I think it's because M80 was more confident on both their Fracture and their, let me see here, both their Fracture and their Haven. I think they're just more confident on those maps, but Pearl is also typically a really solid map for them. And so I don't anticipate it going badly for them. I think the reason the guard doesn't pick it is obviously because they know how good M80 is on Pearl. So yeah, it's interesting stuff to look at. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see the way that that M80 does play this. As we move into Split, I think again the guard doesn't want to play on Pearl, which is why they pick Split. I don't think they're confident on their Split. They probably would not have wanted it in this matchup or in this in this series at all, but it does end up here. And again, I don't think they're that confident on it, but they do pick it because it's the lesser of two evils for them. We've seen them have a decent record on it. M80 is not bad on Split either. It's not their best map, and I think they were just they didn't want to show their bind, and they didn't want to play the guard on Ascent, so they allow Split through. It's probably one of the weakest maps for M80. Obviously, I would have said that about Lotus as well, is that it's not that strong for M80, and then it was very strong for them. So there's always a chance that they're going to pull something out here on Split that we're not anticipating. But I do think Split is a map that should it should be more even, but I think it might be a win for the guard. If there's a map between Pearl and Split, I do think it's the guard, right? Like if there's a map between Pearl and Split that the guard can take, it's probably Split, right? Versus Pearl. So if there's hope for the guard to not go down 3-1, this is their map, and it's good for them that this is the map they end up on. It's still not their best map. Again, they are only picking it here to play instead of Pearl because they don't want to face M80 on Pearl. So yeah, it's definitely not a map we're going to see either of these teams look super comfortable on, most likely, unless again M80 just pulls something out that we're not anticipating. But I think if there's a map that the guard can take to keep in it, this is that map. I expect to see a little bit of the same sort of... I don't expect the guard to try and pull out any off-meta picks like we saw from them on Haven. I expect this to stay pretty stagnant in what we've seen from both of these teams on Split. Even if we haven't seen a whole lot of these teams on Split, we have seen them on it a few times. And I actually believe when G2 played against M80 on Split in the mid-season face-off, it went... Wait, did they play? I don't think they played on Split, actually. I wanted to double-check, verify that. Yeah, they didn't play on Split. The one map that G2 took was Ascent, which, was banned here this time. So we actually didn't see it played by M80 then. So it's been a minute. It's been a minute since we've seen M80 play against anybody on Split. And it's been a minute since we've seen anybody play against M80 on split in especially in this sort of like tournament, like we're in the playoffs, right? So I don't know. I feel like M80 is gonna have something that we're not anticipating just because it's been such a minute. But I don't know what that would be. And the guard's probably just gonna look really solid like they have on a lot of these maps. If M80 is able to win, it's not gonna be dominant. I'm not expecting M80 to be able to destroy, the guard on split like we saw from them on Lotus. Maybe there's a chance, but let's go ahead and get into the agent select. Let's take a look here. I expect to see very similar team comps to what we typically see on split. We've seen a meta form on split. I don't expect that to change. Here, we see John Cutie on Astra, Tex on Jet. We see both Net and Xander on Viper. We see both Koala and Tex on Jet. Already said that Tex is on Jet. We do have John Cutie and Valen both on Astra. We've got EU and Jonah both on Sky. And we've got Trent and Nismo both on Raze. For the first time in this series, both teams have the exact same agent picks on a map. And it's split. So, and they are playing a pretty meta pick. Sometimes you'll see it. Actually, it's not super meta because they don't have a Sentinel. They've both gone for double duelist, which we do see from some teams is double controller, double duelist, but that does favor a more offense side. And split is a defense-sided map. So, you pick a more offense-sided team comp in order to give yourself an edge on your offense as much as possible because it's a defense-sided map. Sometimes you'll see double Sentinel, sometimes you'll see one Sentinel, and then sometimes double the. I mean, nobody's really figured out a good meta for split. Valorant hasn't been around that long. Split's it is a map that has gone through quite a few different changes in the short time that Valorant's been around. So there hasn't really been a big amount of time for people to form a meta on this map. And that is still true. Unlike maps like Haven or even Bind a little bit, mostly Haven though, which has like a map. Haven has never really gone out of the map pool, right? So Haven's a map that everybody sort of has this idea of this is how you play on it. Split and Bind, those other two maps that have been in Valorant since the beginning, haven't really necessarily been figured out, especially Split. And so that's why you see this comp. And although they happen to be picking the same comp, which favors a more offense side, even though it's a defense-sided map, these are, I wouldn't say off meta because we don't really necessarily have a meta yet, but they are picks we could expect in a world, right? And yeah, it's just going to be down to whichever team can play this comp more. I wouldn't say I favor one comp, unlike with Haven, where I saw the guard picking this sort of off-meta comp, and I wasn't necessarily too confident about it. This is a map where they're both on the same comp, and I can't say, oh, well, I don't like this comp over the other, because they're on the same comp, right? So it's just going to be down to whichever team can play. Honestly, it's a defense-sided map, so it's going to be whichever team can play their offense better, most likely. There are some teams like G2 which know that they can pull through on a good offense, but it's really only G2 which we've seen figure split out to an extent. And even G2 has started to fumble that coming into playoffs and in split 2, right? So really there's no team who knows exactly how to play this map. The guard starting this entry into A. Tex trying to entry, gets caught off by John Cutie. These smokes have been played beautifully by M80. They're playing around them. The ballerina looking so graceful as they run around. The guard gonna turn their attention towards Heaven. Able to run through, getting ready to push into CT, it looks like. Noob from screens watching it. Does some damage to Jonah. Now he's backing up. The guard actually going to be pushing towards EU and Nismo. Although, no, they are running back, and they're getting caught out. John Cutie takes out Trent. Nismo takes out Jonah. Only one pick came through from the guard there onto Koala Noob. And Net is now in a 1v4. What do you even do here? They push through CT, going in through screens. These players just going to be stacked up here. I mean, you're going to be peeking 3. It's like when you open the cupboard and there's 5 cockroaches just sitting there. What do? You just find one. It's winnable. No, it's not. He's at 1 HP. Yeah. All right, John Cutie shuts him down. No hope of winning that one. 1 round up now for M80. That's 3 players up for M80, which is a decently dominant round, and it's looking like that defense-sidedness gonna show here as we start off this map. I'll pull out the stats because I haven't mentioned it very much. I don't know this one by heart. And also, there's been some changes to split, so these stats are a little bit outdated. But from what I have, it's 53% defense-sided, which is That's a good amount of the defense, right? So that's one of the more one-sided maps. So clearly a more offense-sided comp could help to try and remove that. Having double controller allows you to take site control. You've got double duelist, so you can entry decently well. But obviously you got a player like Koala Noob just going to lock it down. And the reason it's defense-sided is because of those choke points. For example, B Garage is a big choke point. Mid is even a big choke point. You see Trent able to take out Xander. And now the rest of the guard. I'd say mid is probably the least choke point part of this map. But like A main is a choke point. That push into A heaven through ramps is a choke point. And the defense can hold you to that. Like coming through vents, for example, where John Cutie can just mow them down. And now they know where net is. Trent's in B heaven or in mail right now, trying to clear in there. But Koala Noob's watching mid, so anywhere that these players try. Oh, whoa, Koala Noob gets caught. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. What? He takes out Trent, he takes out Net. You know, he's struggling on Haven a little bit, but he wanted to show he's not out of this yet. And he pushes through. John Cutie. I mean, this has been really solid. Yeah, this is really solid. Some guns for the guard to work with here. They're going to be on a buy. Of course, it's going to be a bonus for M80. That previous round was a force buy, so this round should go to the guard. But again, very defense-sided map. There's a judge in Nismo, and he's watching A. And guess what? That's where the guards looking like they're going to be heading. Hex pushing in through A main now, getting ready to go in.
It is going to be interesting to see how this plays out as we get.
So they're very aware that M80 might be pushed up. And honestly, they're hoping M80 will push into them. And it looks like M80 might want to. Oh, dog comes through. Now they know that judge is there. And they're just like, alright, we're not going to hold this close. Just back up. Nismo still holding it, throwing that grenade through. Push the guard back. The guard's still not committing anywhere. They're just sort of waiting. They've got a lurker in Trent in mid. Going in it through market right now, but I mean, it's going to be difficult here. Now the guard's starting to rotate towards mid. Still no real damage done to either of these teams. What am I saying? No real damage. No damage done to either of these teams. So there's really nothing other than the fact that the guard's been pushed back and time is running low for them. Flash comes through. The guard does sort of just have to start pushing. They are running out of time. Ooh, Xander gets caught out there. Takes a little bit of damage. John Cutie able to spray down Tex. Valen's there. John Cutie is taken out by Valen, and then Trent's grenade takes out Xander as he tries to get on a mail. He can't escape. It's going to be a 3v4. EU takes out Valen. Jonah able to trade it off. So player advantage here for the guard. Time is played a little bit, but the spike going to get ready to go down here. Ooh, Koala Noob able to find that pick there. Time, of course, just going to be played. I mean, Jonah has to plant here, and Koala Noob shuts it down. That's it. The round's over. Net's all the way in CT. He pushed through A and into CT. I don't think M80 is ready for it, but at this point, it doesn't matter. And M80 takes 3 in a row. And that was that defense sidedness. That choke point in A was played beautifully by M80. They were just holding the guard to that choke point. Able to nail them down. It's now going to be Cosmic Divide for John Cutie. So M80 now going to be on a buy. The guard able to force a buy, but don't have a whole lot of guns to work with. So they're really hoping to win this round to deny early momentum for M80. It's looking like M80 might want to shut them down here. Koala Noob does take out Trent. Tex, though, going to take out Nismo and Koala Noob and pick up a gun, but he's down to 15 HP. Not the best position to be in. And M80 now going to be able to rotate over towards A. Cosmic Divide available for John Cutie. Dog coming through. Still a player advantage for the guard. It doesn't mean a push in here would be easy, because all of the M80 players are here. See the guard just getting ready to start this push. Net push up on ramp. He smokes about a drop. And the wall is going to go down. Nobody's peeking it for M80 though. The guard's pushing up. We're going to start the sentry into heaven. See Xander watching this. Hopefully John Cutie doesn't get caught off. Xander able to defend Jonah. Or sorry, not Jonah. John Cutie a little bit. Tex takes out Xander though for a trade. It's down to EU. Oh no. Bad whiff there. Spraying through. Not going to find anything. And the guard gets their first round. They stop a 4-round win streak to start off the half for M80. And that was actually a pretty expensive round for M80 because they did buy that round or going into that round, so they weren't necessarily ready for a win. Or sorry, ready for a loss. They were investing a lot there, and they honestly, they should have won that. They had the gun advantage. It looks like they're going to go into a half buy. So you see some of their players able to get guns, but for the most part, it's about conserving eco this round. For the most part, though, it should be a full buy because Koala Noob will have these knives. So there will be some decent weapons for M80 to work with here. Ooh, Koala Noob chasing down net. Doesn't want to swing this. Still does. He's going to be able to pick up that gun as well. But the rest of the guard pushing up through mid. They're going in through vents now. They're going to encounter EU. EU takes quite a bit of damage down to 1 HP. Nismo watching B Heaven, which is where the guard's taking their business. Oh, when he gets to mowing them down, he gets flashed. Sends that pack through. He's down to 2 bullets, not 2 HP. Reloads. These final 2 players for the guard just caught here in mail, and it looks like this, I guess, kind of half buy for M80 does work out for them. Nismo takes out Balance, the 3rd one he's found here with that judge. Jonah takes out Nismo and Xander. EU's low, just sneeze on him, he's gone. Gonna push through mid now. On him, getting ready to go through vents. Seekers going through. Ooh, flash comes through. Jonah gets blinded. You is low on HP.
And time is starting to tick here, Tanner.
Yeah, Jonah P. Ball in your court.
He's getting ready to move into CT. Ooh, EU shuts him down. That's it. 3 players left alive for M80, and they do take this win. So that was another buy from both sides. And M80 takes it. Again, defense-sided map, so... And it's a pretty it's a pretty one-sided map, so... It's probably the most one-sided with the exclusion of Lotus. And so it's not completely out of the picture that M80 is able to take a substantial lead going to the next half. And it's even then possible, let's say it's 9-3 going to the next half, it would even be possible from that big of a deficit for the guard to come back. That is not, with how one side of this map is, that's not entirely out of the picture. Obviously, that doesn't mean M80 is going to let that happen. And the guard still does need to get to at least, I mean, I wouldn't even want to see 3-9. That's sort of the extreme. If I really want to have confidence in the guard coming back in the next half, I would want to see them with 4. That's typically that's typically what you'll hear me say. But here, 4-8 is definitely, I mean, 3-9's winnable, but probably you would need to go to overtime for the guard. And you'd really have to push for that. So I'd say 4-8, I'd feel more confident that they could win in the next half. Versus typically I'll say 4-8 is when they could take it to overtime. We'll see here, though, if they're even going to need to worry about is overtime possible in the next half. Damn, the anti-flash, the boldness to be just on top of that, doing anti-flash turn all the way around, but it pays off. He finds 3. Jonah takes out Koala Noob, finally shuts him down, but EU's there to trade it off. And what a bold play from Koala Noob there. I mean, that anti-flash, to be so exposed when you're doing that, the confidence you have in your teammate to watch you, I mean, he didn't find anything from on top of there, but he's able to get down, and that's really what mattered. And then EU's there to help trade it off as well. So, guard still has enough eco to buy here. 4 ults available for M80. Showstopper, Seekers, Viper's Pit, and Cosmic Divide. Some really useful ults there. And, yeah. Showstopper, though, from Trent, looking to use the 1 ult that the guard has pretty early here. That was as chaotic as you'll get. Gets taken out by Nismo's ult. And that does now make it a 5v4 here. See John Cutie alone right now in B Heaven. He's the one who hears the push into B. There's some really good... I mean, that Cosmic Divide was the other ult that the guard had, and they used it in A. You know, it was a really good bait. So the spike's going to go down. Viper's Pit can come out as it does get up. John Cutie going to take out Tex. There's a Cosmic Divide available for M80. They're not really in a position to use it now. Net takes out Xander. Dog coming through. Oh, spots 1. He's concussed as well. And John Cutie's able to take him out here. Ooh, Jonah gets a head tap through the box. with that Vandal. It's going to be a 3v2, and Jonah gets finished up. It's a 1v3. Winnable, though, for Ned. Trying to lock down this Viper's Pit. It's now a 1v1. Can he... Oh, man, that could have been a clip. Still, the win going to go to the guard. Time played well enough, so... Although it's not an ace clutch, it is still a clutch. You can take that. That's still a clip. 4K clutch. You can take that. Cosmic Divide available for John Cutie. Viper's Pit available for Xander. Some decent momentum here for M80 to... Or, sorry. Yeah, some decent momentum and ults here for M80 to work with. The guard did invest quite a few ults into that round, and although they win it, it's not only a lot of ults, it's expensive. So no econ stability or momentum gained off of that win. So they're just going to have to hope that they can win this one as well, now that they have no ults, and no ults close. Seeker's the closest, and that's 3 ult points away. So really, no ults close at all for M80. Or sorry, for the guard versus M80, who has a Viper's Pit, who has a Cosmic Divide. Some really useful ults, and the Viper's Pit has come out in mid. They want to play the fact that they have ult advantage in this round to deny the guard. If the guard loses this, they're going to have to take an eco, because that previous round is expensive. But Jonah, able to take out Koala Noob. He's flashed and taken out. Taken care of there. It's now going to be a 4v5. You in elbow. Gonna get cleared out. Ooh, he's able to take out Jonah, but he does go down. So player advantage will be maintained by the guard. And this spike will get to go down as M80's nowhere near a site. Not even a little bit. I mean, this time can once again be played by the guard. I mean, at this point, I'd honestly, with how far back they are, I would just save. It looks like M80's still going to push for this win, but at least do some more damage. Net going to take out Nismo, though. And, yeah, now these players from M80 are going to go to save, but they do want to take care of Net first, and they do. Yeah, now they're going to have to save. There's just no time. They were just so far away from A site, preparing for the possibility that it was another bait out, but it wasn't this time. M80 gets punished for that, end up walking into heaven, and that's that. So, I think the guard did play this well. They were able to get that early pick, and then they played off of that. M80 just needs to make sure they are not so, like, let's just stay on one side. Let's just stay on one side. They do need to switch it up a little bit here if they want to do something in the way of, yeah, the way of denying momentum for the guard. M80 does need to play a little bit differently here. Timeout being taken to make sure that they can fix their issues. I want to point out, Koala Noob and John Cutie, 11 kills, 10 kills. The rest of the team for M80, pretty far behind, and so you need to see those bottom three tightening it up, finding more of those kills, because it means they're able to lock down their sites. They're able to find those picks, win their duels when they need to. Guard, not even that much, you know, they don't have very much kill consistency either, but it's a little bit closer together. Now, it's not like the guard is winning, so it's not like this is M80 saying, we're losing, how do we come back? No, this is M80 saying, let's figure out how to deny momentum for the guard, which the guard has been able to find here. So this is still very good for M80, but I did say minimum 3 rounds for the guard. Going to the next half, 3-9, if they want to try and take it to overtime. But they're also, honestly, they've got some good momentum to take at least 4 rounds here, if not more, on this offense. And even, I mean, you know, even if they get 4 or 5 rounds, it's not like M80 is going to be blundering their lead immediately to start off the next half. This is still not the best position for the guard, but as many rounds as possible does help them try and, you know, make up any difference that they have going into the next map, or the next half. There may not be a next map. M80 is only 1 map away. Hey, my prediction might come true if M80 can pull through here, but for now, the guard pushing into A to start off this offensive push to try and get this momentum through. If they win this, M80's eco will be very, very bad. The health is low for these guard players. Nismo takes out Valen. Xander takes out Tex. Trent takes out Nismo, but it's still a player advantage for M80. And although John Cutie gets flashed, nobody's going to cash in on that. And Koala Noob takes out Trent with the op. Xander takes out Jonah. Down a net in 1v4. But at this point, you probably just go to save your gun. He was going to go for the flank through heaven. He realizes that's a very readable spot. So he's just going to go through into garage, making sure nobody's there. Looks like, yeah, not going to find a whole lot here. Double duelist, I believe these casters are talking about the double duelist meta, because that used to be the meta when there wasn't as much strategical play in Valorant. When Valorant just barely started, as Net peeks this up. Oh, Guanu misses. Alright. But yeah, back when Valorant first started, because there wasn't as much strategical play, because people didn't really know how to effectively use the util in a way that was strategical, a double duelist is the meta, because you could do a lot of damage, you could clear a lot of space really, really quickly if you had double duelist. As Valorant has evolved, teams have gotten better at denying that easy double duelist entry, and it's made more sense to have some of those more strategical players, like double initiators, double controllers, double sentinels in some cases have been more useful because you can deny that aggressive play, and it can allow you to play in a little bit of a more strategical manner, having that type of util. But the reason double duelists can work on split is because when you're on such a defense-sided map, you need to have that quick aggressive play that allows you to gain space, or else you'll get caught in the choke points. So that's why Raze is a very popular agent on this map, because you can push very quickly through. Same thing with Jett, another agent you can push quickly through with, but Jett can also be used effectively in defense to hold those longer angles from heaven, and can be used to still take advantage of that defense-sidedness. Double controller is sort of a new meta because it allows you, of course, to, as the role states, control the maps here. And the guard does seem to like double controller. You see them tend to do double controller a lot because it allows you to have more of that strategical play. Obviously, here they're running double duelist and double controller, which is sort of the meta that's come out on split. Because again, you can gain a lot of grounds very quickly. You can gain, and then you can also use that controller util to not only help with those aggressive pushes on your offense, but also help with those aggressive, or denying those aggressive pushes if you can use that controller util well. Like having an Astra, you can use some of that util to push back those players as they try and entry aggressively into sight. Coming out of this timeout for the guard, they want to figure out how do we keep this map out of such a dominant, win for M80. At this point, it's impossible for the guard to take the lead going to the next half, but they can still try and get some momentum to try and get some rounds here. I mean, on Haven, they were able to keep it, or I guess that was M80 actually, right? Able to keep it even going into the second half. But same story could happen for the guard here. They just win 3 in a row to keep it even going into the next half. Could be a possibility here. The guard pushes in towards B. Noob shuts down Valen. Net able to trade it off. Now it's a 4v4. Ooh, Nismo shuts it down. It's going to be a 4v3 now in favor of M80, but sight's been given. So Spike goes down. Now, Trent does not have a good gun here. It's a buy here from the guard. They go into this with not the best eco. They may be able to buy an extra round off of a loss, although they will likely have to take an eco. Oh, Net able to take out Nismo and Xander. Trent takes out John Cutie. Suddenly, the player advantage lost, and it's a 1v3 for EU. Takes out Trent, but he gets pushed from behind. 4 kills for Net this round. That's another 4K for Net, I believe, for the guard. That's going to be their 4th round now. Look at Net, 11 kills. He is far above the rest of his team after that after that kill streak, that multi-kill in the previous round. Definitely pulling through for his team to keep his team in this map. 3 ults available for M80. They've got Bladestorm, or not 3, 2 ults available for M80. They got a Bladestorm, Cosmic Divide. Showstopper's only 1 ult point away. Cosmic Divide only 1 ult point away. Over on the guard, though, they're only 1 ult point away from their Showstopper, and they're 2 ult points away from their Viper's Pit and Bladestorm, so could still do some damage if they can get those ults up. Looks like maybe they're going to want to contest for this ult orb, possibly for Trent to get up, to just be able to use, but it's actually going to be, looks like it's going to be Net who picks it up to get that Viper's Pit close to going up. Okay. Tex does not clear into sight effectively, and he gets taken out by Nismo. Noob takes out Jonah and Net. Xander takes out Trent. Valen able to take out Noob, but he's in a 1v5. Was a 1v4 there for a second, but EU takes him out. So 4 players left alive for M80 as they do take the lead going into the next half. But I did say minimum 3 rounds for the offense here, and the guard has gotten 4. So this is a pretty decent spot to at least keep it even on the next half and try and take it to overtime. If they can get 1 more, they can get 5-7. Honestly, the guard could take a win in the next half if they play their defense well and deny M80. So, if the guard can just find one more round here to finish off this half, they may be in a good spot. But guess what? They don't have the best econ coming into this round because they lost that previous one. So, M80 will have a gun advantage, and they should be able to take this. See Kowalinu pushing out a garage. Hoping to find a pick here. Valent's aware that this might be a push-up in garage. He's just going to watch this, hoping Kowalinu will push into him, or whoever's pushed out in garage will push into him. Oh, Kowalinu doesn't clear. Oh, now he does. Valen goes down. Guards pushed through mid, and Trent only out of frenzy. Oh, that off shot missed from Kowalinu, but still Nismo able to take Trent out. So that's now down 2 players for the guard, 3 players left alive. They're running over towards A through vents. And they may be able to get here. There's Seekers, which do tell M80 where these players are coming from. John Cutie in screens, able to catch checks off guard. Viper's Pit came out from net in CT. Ooh, John Cutie gonna get taken out there. So Pit goes down there. Spike gonna go down, but Nismo takes out Jonah. Net able to take out Kowalinu in CT. Still controlling this pit, but I mean, this Spike just gonna be held. You gotta do something here. He's gotta peek now, and well, he gets shut down by Nismo. So it'll only be 4 rounds for the guard in this half, but like I talked about, very defense-sided map. Not over for the guard if they can pull through on this defense. M80, though, very offense-sided team. I've talked about it before. Although their defense isn't bad, they are a team that tends to favor offense on a lot of maps. It is still a defense-sided map, so it's not over, but M80 could put up a really solid fight here on this offense. And 8 rounds is nothing to scoff at either. Sure, they could have taken more, but it is still a pretty, it's a 4-round lead coming into this half. It's not like the guard can just win the pistol and then they'll be able to take the lead back. It's not that type of position. So M80 will be in a good spot for the most part. So the guard does need to put up a really solid defense here if they want to at least take it to overtime. And it looks like M80 gonna get ready to push towards A.
With M80 a heavy lean out towards A main early in this one.
They are getting ready to move that direction.
Indeed. M80 trying to kind of sneak their way up A ramps under the cover.
It looks like M80 will push through A Heaven now, or through ramps, and get ready to challenge Heaven. Made a little bit of sound mid, so you see the guard with the response of having 3 ready to watch mid. But M80 is going to get ready to push into A, looks like.
There is the quick rotation potential, though, because of how much the guard is stacking towards mailroom and vent.
It looks like M80 gonna start taking Heaven here. Viper wall drops and they clear in, and yeah, they're gonna be able to take Heaven, and they're gonna be able to push onto A. Nobody's on A, so Kowalinu gonna not have anybody to clear out. And as John Cutie takes out Tex in Heaven, it does allow A site to be taken. Spike gonna get to go down. Nismo able to take out Trent. EU takes out Jonah. Oh, Valen goes down. Net trying to clutch it up here. He does go down, though, to Nismo's frenzy. Not the start you'd want if you're the guard. You would want to win that pistol round to try and even it out, but M80 winning it allows M80 to take this early lead here and try and secure this map. M80 right now is in a position to win 3-1 the guard, which I'll remind you, M80 made it to the grand finals in the midseason face-off, and they won that 3-1 as well. So, similar position here. M80 could take another 3-1 victory in a grand finals. Obviously, the G2 match was a lot less close. I feel like these maps are very, very close. So, not exactly the same story. But, just something to consider. One thing I will point out, none of these maps have gone to overtime yet, despite how close they've been. I was kind of looking forward to seeing some close overtime maps, and we haven't seen that yet. EU able to take out Net. That's some action in A Heaven as M80 gets ready to push towards Heaven. Ooh, Jonah be able to take out Xander. Epic there. It's not going to be a 4v4. It's the eco round for the guard, not going their way. Oh no, never mind. Valen takes out Kowalinu. Jonah takes out Nismo. Of course, as I talk about how it's not going their way, it turns their way. You on 45 HP, maybe may get caught out here in Heaven. No, he does take out Valen. EU does have the spike, so if he gets taken out, that's spike down. Ooh. X does go down. Trent takes out EU, though. It's a 1v2. Very winnable. Jonah's at 25 HP, 26 HP. Can John Cutie take him out? See some entry there. I mean, if Jonah wanted to, he could totally flank John Cutie and Rams right now. But gonna be picked up, and it looks like John Cutie just gonna, with 17 seconds left, he's pushing it. He's gonna take it over towards B, but Trent's here, and he shuts John Cutie down. If there's a way to get yourself back in it, it's that. The eco round for M80, which I didn't really talk about it, or sorry, the eco round for the guard, which I didn't really talk about it, but Trent had been able to pick up that stinger, which is a big factor in this round. But yeah, the guard, winning that is big for them. Winning that eco is really big because it keeps you in this. They're going to be able to get a buy going here because they just won their eco. You see them honestly not spending a whole lot here because they want to be able to get some good momentum moving. They know it's going to be an eco round from M80. So the guard's showing that it's a defense-sided map by winning their eco on the defense. Absolutely a good start there. Jonah going to be able to take out Koala Noob and Xander. This choke point of a main getting used here by M80. Oh, John Cutie down half HP here. Flash comes through. Honestly, Tex didn't have to back up, but he does it for safety. John Cutie jumps out with the spike. It's not going to be a 3v5. John Cutie down to 10 HP, but Tex takes out Nismo. John Cutie actually able to find a pick. Nat able to finally shut him down. It's a 1v4 here. EU doesn't find anything else. He goes down. The guard takes first 3 rounds, end up with the guard taking 2 of those rounds. So no longer a 4-round lead for M80. It's only a 3-round lead. Now we're moving into the first full buy from both sides. The question is, where will it go? Where will it go? Will the guard be able to move towards tying it up and trying to take this half? It's entirely possible the guard can come back here. I did say how defense-sided this map is. It is a very real possibility. So close. M80 so close. I mean, they can taste the win here in the grand finals. They just need to push through these rounds. And again, not easy here. Ooh, Net gets caught out there. Not going to get punished too hard. Just takes a little bit of damage. Does get away. No wallbang shot's going to do much to him. He's sending that snake bite through, looking to try and ward off the push through mid, but he's not really able to do so. And M80 just going to start pushing through. They're aware that one might be vents, so they want to clear that out. The question is, are they going to clear it out and then go towards B heaven, or are they just going to go towards A? There is Xander, who's in A main. He does get caught out, though. The Guiding Light spots him, and off of that, M80 is just going to take it over towards B because Xander doesn't want to push through A main where the guard might be ready and expecting him. Meanwhile, Tex pushed up in B garage here. Guard for M80 starting this push in. Fallon takes out Koala Noob. Nismo able to trade it off, though. Keep it even as M80 is going to start taking this site. Spike's been dropped in front of Ali. John Cutie going to take out Tex. Now a player advantage for M80. That operator in Tex down. Try and find some vision. Oh, spike plant denied. Trent's grenade takes EU out. It evens it out. It's going to be a 3v3. Net in heaven. 2 in alley. Looking to do some damage here. Planets going through. Trent able to take out Nismo, who swings him. John Cutie able to take out Net with that operator. Looks like 2v2. Health kind of low for one of these players on either side, but Xander is still able to take out Trent, despite Trent being the one with higher health. The wallbang hit with the operator. It's down to Jonah in a 1v3 or 1v2. Actually, I don't think he got hit with that op. Never mind. He was just already low. Jonah able to take out Xander. He sends the Seekers out. Time's starting to run low here. John had an op, so it's a 1v1, no gun here. Has time been played? It has. One thing I want to highlight. John Cooty's the IGL for M80. You don't see him often with that operator, but in this series, he's pulled it out a few times, and he has looked so good with it. And in that round, he was able to find, I believe he found 2. Honestly, he almost hit that very pivotal shot onto Jonah early. Could have done some good damage. Unfortunately, unable to do so. But yeah, John Cutie may be the IG hell, but his aim is insane. We've seen that operator show that. He's been able to play it out. Cosmic Divide available for John Cutie. And we're going to see how it's used here. The card needs 4 in a row if they want to tie it up. Tech's able to take out Koala Noob. Cosmic Divide does come up. Start this entry, but because the entry was denied early, it does slow down M80 a little bit. Push into A Heaven starting. Trenton screens, watching this push into CT. Just jump out, knows that they're coming. Grenade comes through. It's not going to do a whole lot of damage. It's a little bit. I don't know if that Satchel did a whole lot there as far as avoiding the paint shells. Dex takes out Nismo. Xander takes out Tex. Trent able to trade that off, but Valen takes out EU. It's now going to be a 1v4 for John Cutie. Cosmic Divide has dropped. Not going to be a factor anymore. And at this point, John Cutie just going to have to cling to his gun and try and save it because, yeah, he's not going to win this. Typically, you don't see the offense save very often. It will often be the defense. That's just because, you know, you can sometimes find some good picks to end it with when you're on the offense, but John Cutie just doesn't have money, so he's not really going to try and push for that. Trent's got 8 HP. He's able to get that orb up. Showstopper now going to be a factor as we move into this next round. The guard's still staying in it. They're going to need to find some really solid rounds here if they're going to take it to at least overtime, because M80 is not looking like they're going to move in a direction that allows the guard to find very much here. Because if it does start doing a little bit of a back and forth, it doesn't go well for the guard, right? Because M80 just has so many rounds right now. Guard does need to find some momentum to work with. They've got that Showstopper up. They've got a Bladestorm up. They're going to be using the Bladestorm to conserve some eco to get that stability to work in their favor. And M80 is going to have to be on an eco off of that round loss. This will allow the guard to build up some momentum. Viper's Pit available for Xander. But it likely won't come out. This is their eco. They may not want to use it. Or they may not be able to use it. They may not be in the position to use it. We'll see as M80 gets ready to push towards B. If you start pushing in through garage, getting ready. You see Tex with these knives. He's using the Bladestorm in order to conserve some econ, like I already mentioned. See if he's able to find anything with it. Okay. Through the smoke. Does get eventually traded, but a nice pick there. And then Trent from Heaven digs out Xander and Nismo. Okay. Showing why it's not just Tex on the duelist role. You got a 2v4 for M80 to play now, and this is still their eco. Both of these players are decently low. Some util was used to get them kind of low there. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot they're going to be able to do here. Oh, look at this. Shona inside of sewers. They're walking, so Jonah doesn't know that they cross. But if these players from M80 are spotted, which they are now because of that heal being used, the regrowth. Oh, Valen's going to mow them down. The flank may not even have to come through. No, John's going to get away, at least for now. So, oh, never mind. He pushes through the smoke, and he gets shut down. Time was running low. So guard will take 2 rounds in a row now. That was the eco round for M80, and they do still have that 2-round lead. Showstopper available for both sides. Viper's Pit available for Xander. Cosmic Divide available for Valen.
Could have been 5 in a row, but the guard are still here, and they have seemingly figured out this M80 attack. They've done, at the very least, a good job.
Question is, how is this going to be used? How are these ults going to be used? How are they going to be played? M80 going to start pushing. It looks like they want to push towards B. In order to use the Viper's Pit, you have to get on site, but the Showstopper could allow them to entry. They do get ready to do so. Showstopper available for Trent. Cosmic Divide available for Valen. This could deny that push. Oh, Trent, or not Trent, Net and Jonah catch off guard that push from M80 into market. Although some trade picks do come through, it does leave with the guard up a player. So it's going to be a 3v2. Xander's over near A-Main, but guess what? Spike not in the hands of M80. So they have to get all the way back over to that site. They also have to re-clear, make sure nobody's watching the spike, which M80 isn't. They assume it's, or sorry, not M80. The guard isn't. They assume it's been picked up. So M80's going to have to be very cautious about the way that they take this, which could allow some time to be played by the guard. Although, looks like now they're just going to be able to pick it up. It looks like they're going to take it towards B. They're not going to go back over towards A. You can see the guard getting ready for an A push, despite it being a B push. Although, and Xander does have this Viper's Pit. Although, Tex has his op looking from B heaven. Alright, he takes out John Cutie. Xander now in a 1v3. If he gets that Viper's Pit down, he may be able to try and clutch it out. He's gonna plant in his smoke, at least threaten the plant. He wins the 1v1 with Tex, looking for more. At this point, you plant and then get that Viper's Pit out. Gets the plant down. Will he be able to get that Viper's Pit out? Nope, he won't. He gets flush out with the grenade, and Trent sprays at him through the smoke. Shoots him through the smoke. 2 players left alive for the guard, and they are starting to get back in this. They're starting to look like they might be able to tie it up. M80 gonna be looking a little bit worried. We may see this timeout come out. I believe they have another one to use. Just use a timeout to try and make sure that the guard doesn't gain any momentum here, or any more momentum than they would like. Yeah, just look at that. Beautifully played by the guard to keep their player advantage. And then they, of course, played that well in that 2v1. M80 gonna take a timeout here. Figure out, alright, hey, so we came into this half with a 4-round lead. We only have a 1-round lead now. It's slipping from us. How do we get back in this? And I want to highlight, the guard once again has sort of this core top 3 running of Net, Trent, and Jonah. Although sometimes it's different players, but the point being there is that core top 3. And you've got Net, Trent, and Jonah there, 16, 15, and 14. Over on M80, they've got a core top 3 too. John Cutie's got 17, Qualinub and Nismo each have 16. And what's happening right now is the guard is able to get that core top 3 pretty deep, and they're able to find those easy, or not easy, but those good kills with these 3 players, and they're able to lock it down. M80 does still have more kills overall, so clearly M80 is winning duels when they need to. But winning duels doesn't necessarily equate to winning rounds, and that's what's happening. The guard is winning quite a few of these rounds in this half. And it's definitely starting to weigh on M80, starting to be a factor on M80. They do need to pull those bottom 2 together a little bit further. Tighten it up. I can always say, just get it there. The guard has 3 ults to use this round. One of them a Viper's Pit. Net uses it in a main to lock it down. Cosmic Divide and Showstopper also available for the guard. It's only a Viper's Pit, the only ult available for M80. They're on a bye this round, but they have low eco going into this, so they do need to win this. Saw Xander just trying to clear a little bit of space in the Viper's Pit, maybe see if he can get it out. It looks like M80 wants to move towards A, but because they've got Xander lurking in A main and he can't push through this Viper's Pit very effectively, it does put them in a tough spot. M80 now going to start pushing through vents. You see Trent with the grenade throwing it out, lock it down a little bit. M80 will start pushing up. Jonah able to take out Nismo. Qualinub there to trade it off, but the Showstopper comes out and it takes out Qualinub and EU. It's now a 2v4 for John Cutie and Xander. Can they do this? I doubt it. John Cutie can pick up this spike. Yeah, I mean, the difficult thing here is that M80 was playing very grouped up. They knew that that Showstopper was a factor, especially after they saw Trent. They should have just backed up. They really should have just ran out of there. And they were sort of just staying there, get caught out there. Unfortunate there for M80. It's now going to be a 2v4. Balance in Heaven on Raptors locking it up. And Tex takes out Xander as well. So the guard has tied it up. And honestly, it's looking like the guard has momentum to possibly even win the map. Take it to a 5th map. See all 5 maps. Take it to Pearl. Now, I've talked about it. Pearl is a very strong map from M80. And we saw them play against Oxygen and Shopify, I believe, in a very dominant fashion on Pearl. Actually, maybe we didn't see it from them against Oxygen. I need to fact check that actually. Let me double check. I do believe though. Yeah, it was against Oxygen. They went 13-2. So, point being, point is, I don't think Pearl will be super easy for the guard, but at least they can try and take it there. Say that it went to 5 maps. Wallenoob able to entry into heaven. Oh my gosh, he comes through mid. He entries. He takes out 2. Xander takes out Tex. This was an eco round, I believe, from M80, or maybe a half buy, but regardless, goes well. Oh, I mean, Wallenoob struggling all of a sudden, but still, it's going to be a 4v2. Sure, Stingers in John Cutie and Xander's hands, but there are some guns that have been picked up. EU takes out Trent. It's now 1v3 for Net. 1v4, sorry. He takes out John Cutie. He takes out EU. He takes out Xander. It's winnable. He needs an ace to clutch it out. To keep the guard in this map. To gain them the lead. He runs knife out into Nismo. This round goes to M80. Although it looked like maybe the guard was going to take it there for a second. M80 gets a nice player advantage. That entry from Koala Noob goes so well through mid and into B Heaven. Even if he missed that op shot and got taken out, punished for it, and nearly Net was able to get a win. He doesn't. Goes well for M80. Definitely going to be some stuff they have to focus on, though, to try and tighten it up a little bit. Score going to be 11-10. M80 just going to be trying to at least get to that 12th round at this point. Tex push out with the SOP. Punished a little bit. Some snake bite. Does do some damage. Oh, Koala Noobs on this left side. I don't think Tex is ready. Oh, yeah, he's not. Koala Noob able to catch Tex off guard. He wins the op duel, and it's now going to be a 5v4. Koala Noob is pushed up. Oh, he misses. That's it. Jonah able to trade it off. Seekers can now come out. After the Seekers came out from M80. So both of these teams know where each other are for the most part. Net coming in through mid. Ooh, that was... I mean, Oh, and now Net's able to take out Nismo. Just the positioning there. Unlucky for M80. Net also able to take out Xander. EU there to trade it off. It's going to be a 2v3 now. Can M80 pull through on this? How does M80 play this? How do they play this? Cutie's able to take B site, but they need to get EU onto the site. And he's coming in through heaven. Talent's there, but... ooh. Johnny Cutie not able to win the 1v1. It does push the guard back, so... But can start to go down. The flash as well pushes them, or prevents that push through Alley and ZT. Spike gonna get tapped. Threaten the plant. Some util gonna be used to try and stop the plant. EU take quite a bit of damage, actually. Getting ready to get this plant down. 8 seconds. You just have to stick it at this point. John Cutie from Rafters takes out Trent and Valen. It's now a 1v2 for Jonah. Gonna be worried about Rafters. Here's where EU is. Oh, he's getting sprayed through this box. Oh, he's able to take out John Cutie. 5 HP, though. Can't heal yourself. Not a whole lot of time pressure right now. I still expect him in... Oh, no way! No way! 5 HP, low ammo, and he does it. And that'll keep the guard with it tied up. They deny M80 that 12th round. The guard's still in this, and they want to make that known. M80 going to be able to buy this round. So will the guard. At this point, if M80 loses this round, they won't be able to buy next round, which would not be good for them. If the guard loses, they'll be able to buy this round. So M80 needs this round more than the guard. What a clutch from Jonah. I mean, we'll see how they play this. Cosmic Divide available for both of these teams. Viper's Pit also available for both of these teams. So both teams' controllers have their ults up. You see the guard sending that Viper's Pit down in mid. Jonah able to spray through the smoke in a main and find the pick onto Koala Noob. Tex takes out Nismo. Flash coming through. It's going to be a 3v5. Late Storm available for Tex now, but, you know, it's not really necessary at this point. Trent jump peeking. Oh, he spots 2. Doesn't doesn't get punished either. He gets away. Xander, though, able to take out Jonah in screens. Tex is on site, though. They were clearing it, but Tex able to get away with the kill. Xander able to take out Tex. Now 2v3. Trent able to get away from Elbow. He's in screens now. Spike gonna get to go down by EU. Ooh, Viper's pick can come out. See this pinch coming through. Whoa. Gun must have been spotted there. EU takes out 2. Trent able to take out EU, but Xander shuts it down. And M80 will get to that 12th round. I said M80 needs this for their eco more than the guard, and they did end up getting it. So it's good that they get there, but the guard now 1 round away from taking it to overtime. They're taking their final timeout. They've been saving it. They haven't really needed to use it because they've been able to keep it close. They're using it here to try and get to overtime. Could this be the first overtime in the series? Or will M80 shut down the series here, take the win in the grand finals, take the spot of the #1 team in North American Challengers? Sure, both of these teams are going to Ascension, but for these 2 teams, it's to determine which team the NA fans can root for in Ascension. That's what this is about. Plus money, you get some nice prize money, but also a trophy. I think there's a trophy. There might not be. They haven't shown like an actual physical trophy. But, like there's an animation. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I mean, I can analyze the kills all that you want, but it is really a very close match that's happening right now. You see those 2 players for the guard behind the bottom 2 for M80, and I think that is starting to and that might be what's starting to make a difference here, is that for the guard, those top 3 really have to step up. And like you see Net, 2 kills above the top frag for M80, which is Koalanoob. But I want to highlight, the top frag for the guard, the top 2 for the guard are a controller and your initiator. M80's got their duelist in the top spot. The guard, their 2 duelists are in those bottom 2 positions. Ooh, Tex able to take out Nismo early, and no trade comes through. Really good pick to start it off. Could mean that the guard's able to take something here. M80 just gonna run up towards ramp and into heaven. Get ready to take heaven here. Nets in vents, ready for the possibility. Jonah jump peeking through, able to catch through there. Seekers come out. Net's going to get spotted out in vents. He may get flushed out with util. X sends that op shot down. Try and stop the plant. Cosmic Divide has come up. No other ults available for M80 here. John Cutie able to take out Net, though. That does even it out. Spike goes down. Ooh, Flash comes through. Xander's able to take out Valiant. Koalanoob takes out Tex. Jonah trades it off, though, but at this point, it's a player advantage for M80. Not looking great for the guard at this point. 40 HP. John Cutie takes out... It's down to Trent to clutch a 1v3 to keep the guard in this grand final. EU jump peeks while Trent is flashed. Trent doesn't necessarily know. Oh, he gets flashed again. What a flash, but nobody peeks off of it. He's sticking it. Oh, and he gets taken out, and that's it. M80, my prediction comes correct, or comes true. M80 takes a 3-1 in the series to win the grand finals, and M80 are your North American Challengers champions. They win the grand finals. Both of these teams going to be in Ascension starting in July. If you guys did enjoy my casting, I will, of course, be casting the Ascension, the America's Ascension. If you want to see more Valorant, there's Masters to look forward to. I won't be casting that, but that'll be... it's actually starting tonight at 8 p.m. PST, so, you know, that's starting. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I will be casting Conniving Tournaments 1-year anniversary open qualifiers number 2 tomorrow over on the Conniving Tournaments Twitch. You can catch me over there. But yeah, I'll see you guys for more casting in Ascension. It's been a very fun time to cast North American Challengers. I've enjoyed it. Yeah, I'll see you guys for Ascension. Or if you watch tomorrow, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. If you did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you would consider it. And I'll see you all for Ascension. Have a good one.